Chapter 1532. Who could save him? Although he was the palace master of the final hall, the people who came out to fight were all heavenly emperors. They were people he had to look up to. He had never thought that he would have such a glorious moment in his life. However, he was even more clear that those people were fighting for Lin Ling. He was just a vase that served as a foil. Rumble! The fire fist was still roaring. The Fire Dragon King was furious at the injustice of the heavens and earth. It continued to sweep towards Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng's words were not heard by the Fire Fist. It was determined to kill him. No expert could save him. "Save me, father." Qiao Feng's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, he disappeared under the majestic Fire Fist. He was killed by a single fist. An ambitious person of a generation, the son of the 8th-division Dragon King, fell here. After killing Qiao Feng, Lin Ling's crazy steps finally stopped. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Although it was tattered, it was still arrogant. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked around with a cold expression and said, "I won this battle." With this sentence, Lin Ling also announced the end of the battle. He had successfully entered the middle Xian ranking and created a new record. The entire world suddenly became silent. The battles between the experts from all sides had come to an end. The crowd looked at the handsome young man and their hearts surged. Did Lin Ling win in the end? With continuous battles and an injured body, he entered the middle Xian ranking. His cultivation was only at the second layer of the Saint Realm. Amazing! Admirable! Lin Ling is worthy of being called the Emperor's disciple. The people in the distance all expressed their admiration. In their hearts, that seemingly thin and weak body had become stalwart at this moment. Then, everyone saw blood seeping out from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth and his body being burned by mysterious flames. This caused them to guess that Lin Ling must have used some sort of secret technique. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to kill Qiao Feng, and now the after-effects had appeared. Lin Ling's body was heavily wounded, and he even seemed to have fainted. What terrifying perseverance! Look, he's still standing there, his arrogance soaring to the sky. Although he was heavily injured and unconscious, in the eyes of the crowd, the young man was still standing. His bones were firm and unyielding, like an indomitable giant. His tattered robe fluttered in the wind like a banner of victory, so dazzling. The entire world continued to be silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even those who bet on Lin Ling's loss couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fighting spirit and backbone. Violating the martial pavilion's rules. Just then, a cold shout arose. Like the sun, a ray of golden light shot towards Lin Ling. The moment he attacked, the golden beetles swarmed over as if they were trying to conquer the world. Despicable! Many people shouted angrily. Even the Mystic Origin Realm and Shen Huangdayu's martial artists couldn't stand it. If the Golden Armor King wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could challenge him openly. Now, he was taking advantage of the fact that Lin Ling had fought more than 10 battles. What was the difference between this and a sneak attack? Moreover, he said that he would represent Xianpeng Province to punish Lin Ling. Did he have the qualifications to represent Xianpeng Province? Not good. At this moment, Lady Watermist and the other experts' expressions changed. They all had their own opponents, so they couldn't split their attention to help Lin Ling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Golden Armor King's speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had been silent all this time because he wanted everyone to forget about him for a while, and the result was indeed so. Everyone ignored him, so the moment he made his move, everyone couldn't react in time. Moreover, Lin Ling was in a heavily injured state, which was what he wanted to see the most. Because of how terrifying Lin Ling was, he had a strong fear of Lin Ling. Only when Lin Ling was unconscious did he dare to make a move. Golden Armor King, you're shameless! A large number of angry shouts rang out. Another expert had made a move to help. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Dugu Tianlei. However, after he made his move, there were immediately experts who stopped him. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Who can stop me? The sneer on the Golden Armor King's face grew thicker and thicker. Had he finally killed Lin Ling? His majestic power was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, at this time, the sound of seawater gushing out could be heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Armor King, forcibly blocking that palm for Lin Ling. Golden Armor King, you dare to touch Lin Ling? Step over my dead body. A violent shout floated out from the newcomer's mouth. Moreover, after being hit by the Golden Armor King's attack, his bones were shattered and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, this person still stood in front of Lin Ling. Venerable Sea Calming. The crowd stared at the fearless figure, their hearts trembling. Today, Lin Ling was like an emperor who had descended. All the generals and generals were supporting him, not hesitating to give up their lives for him. It made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Venerable Sea Calming. The Golden Armor King also roared. At the most critical moment, this Venerable Sea Calming had actually stopped him. How hateful! Die! The Golden Armor King definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If Venerable Sea Calming dared to stop him, then he would kill him. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Golden Armor King, scram! The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable pressure. After hearing it, the Golden Armor King's expression changed drastically. His gaze passed through Venerable Sea Calming and landed on the indifferent youth behind him. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling had already opened his eyes. His eyes were emotionless and indifferent. At this moment, the Golden Armor King was actually so afraid that he didn't dare to move. He was somewhat afraid. How majestic! Just one look and the Golden Armor King doesn't dare to move. Lin Ling really is like an emperor today. The crowd stared at the indifferent Lin Ling in shock. Golden Armor King, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's aura. The Lin Ling right now has no strength left. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu's anxious voice rang out. He was angry and sullen. This was such a good opportunity. But the Golden Armor King was actually so scared that he didn't dare to move? The dignified Langya 10th Palace Master was a disgrace. So that's how it is. Lin Ling, die for me. The Golden Armor King was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. As if he had been humiliated, he attacked again. Enough! Could it be that the infighting in the human world will never stop? A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. The light of treasures soared into the sky, and an indescribable pressure pressed down on the Golden Armor King. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at the Golden Armor King, causing him to be unable to move. His face was filled with shock. Who was this expert this time? The crowd was also frightened. Today, all the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human world seemed to have surfaced for Lin Ling. They looked around and saw a blue-robed youth standing quietly not far away. He was like a passerby watching everything, but his eyes were cold and domineering. It's him, the mysterious youth Gan Liang Ping, the first on the lower Shen ranking. Chapter 1533. Unyielding and unyielding. Xuan Yuan Jiuhun and the rest of the peerless geniuses squinted. The young man's background was mysterious, and he had been keeping a low profile in the mortal world. However, no one knew how strong he was. He was like the clouds in the sky, ethereal and otherworldly. However, they could roughly estimate his strength. It was likely that the young man could easily rank himself at the top of the intermediate Shen ranking. Piss off, said the young man in blue clothes indifferently. He didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the people around him. Boom, boom, boom. In the eyes of the Golden Armor King, the heavens and earth disappeared. All that was left was a pitch-black fish that seemed to be formed from primal chaos. The black fish opened its mouth wide, and within its mouth were endless white bones, ghosts, and gloomy coldness that ruled over everything. Slash! The Golden Armor King coughed up blood. The crowd was astonished. That mysterious young man was so strong. Even Princess Xueqi frowned. She hadn't thought that the mysterious young man would be so strong. However, when she looked at him carefully, the mysterious young man disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had just helped Lin Ling block a powerful attack. After that, it had nothing to do with him anymore. However, it was enough for him to block the attack once. Because none of the experts present dared to attack Lin Ling at this moment. They were all intimidated. Princess Xueqi was the only one who could. I don't have any enmity with you, but I don't like what I say. If other people disagree, I won't kill you, but I will make you pay a price, said Princess Xueqi. She took a step forwards and flames appeared. The sky was burning. Princess of the Hua clan, Shenping province can be dealt with by us. If you want to be arrogant, you can go to Champion University. As soon as Princess Xueqi finished talking, another strong cultivator appeared in the sky. An endless amount of swords intertwined, cutting the sky and the earth. A man with his hands clasped behind his back appeared indifferently in front of everybody. Everybody lowered their heads when he glanced at them. It was as if they were looking at an emperor. Tiandi had arrived. At this moment, many people's hearts trembled again and gradually became numb. Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted as if he was the ruler of the Xianpeng region. So many strong cultivators had come to kill him, but they had all failed. Consider yourself lucky. Princess Firecloud's pretty face turned ugly. She glared at Lin Ling on the ground and shouted in a tender voice. Unhindered Heaven Emperor also knew that Flaming Cloud's Heaven Emperor didn't dare to be arrogant. He also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Impressive. Truly impressive. He had actually entered the intermediate Xian ranking and defeated the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. The speed of his growth was beyond imagination. He clearly knew that Lin Ling had only been a mortal sovereign's disciple for half a month. Gold Armor King, if you had a fair fight with Lin Ling, I wouldn't have stopped you. However, you only dare to attack when Lin Ling is seriously injured. Don't you think it's embarrassing? His voice was calm, but it was as sharp as a sword, causing the Golden Armor King's face to turn ashen. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. His heart burned with anger. How could this be? Such a good opportunity, but he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling summon so many experts? Do you have anything else to say? Unhindered Heaven Emperor said again, causing the Golden Armor King to shake his head. What else could he say? Wait, leave him to me. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were still shining with arrogance. All right, you have a battle between you. Then let's end it all. Unhindered Heaven Emperor nodded. I'm very sorry that I made you lose money. Moreover, you want me to die. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Just wait, when I become stronger, it will be your end. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He glanced at the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Golden Armor King, Ninely Holy Mother, Lord Shan Wu, Tian Ming, and the others, he remembered all of them. Boom! Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were now filled with fear. Although Lin Ling couldn't shake them at the moment, they were still afraid because with Lin Ling's growth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass them. Lord Xueqi, keep the bet. Let's go! Lin Ling shouted again and walked away step by step. However, everyone could see that he was seriously injured and every step was extremely difficult for him to take. Lin Ling, I'll help you. Gendosa hurriedly said. No need. No matter how serious my injuries are, I won't embarrass myself in front of them. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to move forward. Every step he took left a shocking trail of blood. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel it and continued to move forward. Although he was injured, it didn't mean that his backbone was injured. He didn't need anyone to help him. What a tough guy. He would rather suffer pain than show weakness in front of the enemy. This backbone is tough enough. The crowd in the distance whispered to themselves. Today, it was obvious that Lin Ling's martial stage was the only one left. Lin Ling not only rose in Xianpeng province, but also in the three mysteries of the mortal world. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest at the moment, the three mysteries of the mortal world knew that there was a peerless genius in Xianpeng province. Looking at the arrogant young man, the unhindered Heaven Emperor shook his head and smiled. What a stubborn guy. Get lost. When Lin Ling left the broken martial stage, Tao Xian and the disciples of the Shiman Sea were standing in front of him. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and spoke in a cold voice. So many people are watching and you want us to get lost? Tao Xian and the others looked extremely ugly. If you don't get lost, die. Lin Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. He finally raised his head and looked at them. With just a glance, the disciples of the Ranhuang realm trembled. Even though Lin Ling was severely injured, they didn't know why, but when they looked at each other, they didn't dare to go against Lin Ling. Therefore they quickly moved out of the way. Those disciples of the Ranhuang realm wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Now with just one sentence from Lin Ling, they have to obediently move out of the way. How embarrassing. Many people shook their heads. As expected, dragons don't coexist with snakes. No wonder the 9 spirits of heaven and the other peerless geniuses looked down on Tao Xian and the others. The scene before them had proven everything. Tao Xian and the others were trembling in anger. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to. They could only watch as Lin Ling walked past them and gradually disappeared into the distance. I'm looking forward to the day when Lin Ling reaches the top of the middle Xian ranking. At that time, he will truly be the ruler of the world. Many people murmured to themselves as they watched the proud figure walking further and further away. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring Wyrm King. His current strength has already reached the level of the Langya 10 halls. However, the Langya 10 halls have different levels of strength too. His strength hasn't caught up to mine yet. Not bad at all. As expected of someone who came from the outside world like me. In a villa in the faraway Xianpeng province, a young man said with a smile. He was the first hall of the unfettered 10 halls, Prince Unfettered. This person had met Lin Ling once at the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, he already felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary, and the result had proven everything. However, as someone who came from the outside world, he was eager to see if Lin Ling was stronger or if he was stronger. Chapter 1534. Fiend God Overlord Body 5th Layer. Many people couldn't help but look forward to it. If given more time, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Ling to become a heavenly emperor. Soon after, many people thought of the bet and began to laugh. Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Mist, and the others must have lost a lot of money. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also had to watch Lin Ling grow and surpass them step by step. At this moment, Lin Ling was seriously injured. He didn't go to the Seven Emperors' Heaven, but instead went to the Rainforest Sacred Land. Behind him, Lord Watermist and the other experts were shocked as they stared at Lin Ling's back. After Lin Ling returned to the Rainforest Sacred Land, everyone began to worry. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so seriously injured. My lord, what happened? You lost a lot of blood. With every step he takes, I can hear the sound of bones breaking. Many people were worried. However, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others knew that Lin Ling was only seriously injured and his life wasn't in danger. At this time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, the Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, and the 9 Spirits of Heaven. Lin Ling, this is your bet with Golden Armor King. Also, you completed the mission on the mission board. The 7 Emperors world rewarded you with Half-Saint's Essence. The Unhindered Heavenly Emperor threw a green ring to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His bitter battle had finally paid off. Then, Lin Ling handed some Half-Saint's Essence to Venerable Sea Calming. He knew that Venerable Sea Calming had blocked the attack for him at a critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Venerable Sea Calming was also seriously injured and couldn't speak. He just accepted it with a smile. Everyone looked at the 2 seriously injured people and knew how intense the battle was. Grandpa, everyone, this time I will cultivate for several days. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. After saying this, he immediately went to cultivate. Lord Watermist and the others nodded and didn't leave. They stayed behind to protect this place. This Half-Saint's Essence is really rare. However, this harvest is enough for me to break through. Heading towards the cultivation land that belonged to him, Lin Ling said with a smile. He recalled the battle previously and could not help sighing emotionally. With his current strength, the entire mortal realm was ranked at the top already. However, the great battle previously, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, letting Lin Ling know that the mortal realm's heavenly emperor powerhouses were more than he imagined. Who is that blue-robed youth? He's so powerful. The only thing I can't see through is him, as if he's an otherworldly being. Fire Cloud Celestial Emperor, Princess of the Fire Clan. There are many strong cultivators in Champion University too. Lin Ling continued. Not only was he not pressured, but his blood was boiling. Experts were lonely. If there were too few experts, Lin Ling would feel lonely. However, the more experts there were, the more fighting spirit Lin Ling had. In the previous battle, Lin Ling was unyielding and arrogant. He was telling the experts of the mortal world that he, Lin Ling, was also qualified to step into the circle of experts. Your Majesty, this time, you were injured at the right time, said Mr. Z at that moment. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life, and surprisingly, it was the right time? His bones were broken, his flesh and blood had melted. If the godly demon overlord body wasn't so strong, he would have been paralyzed already. The godly demon overlord body, the bones are broken, the blood is melted, the flesh is melted, And in addition to the half-saint's essence, reaching the fifth layer is not difficult. Originally, the fifth layer of the godly demon overlord body required the body to break 5 times and be reborn. Only then could the godly demon overlord body descend. Lin Ling took a deep breath. As expected, the fifth layer was difficult. Your Majesty, some of your injuries were caused by the Blood King, some by the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, but most of them were caused by the Yellow Springs Flame, said Mr. Z. The Yellow Springs Flame was worthy of being called a godly flame. Even though Lin Ling had only used a little bit of it, it was still terrifying. If he had used 10% of it, Lin Ling's body would have been burned to ashes. Lin Ling also felt a lingering fear. The Yellow Springs Flame, a godly talent, was so terrifying. Next, it's better to increase my strength. Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to completely control the Yellow Springs Flame, his physical body would have to be even more powerful. In the fourth layer of the Purple Mansion realm, in the Purgatory world, Lin Ling floated there and began to think about the cultivation method of the godly demon overlord body. Bas, bas. At the same time, heavenly books descended from the sky. They were all the collections of the great Emperor Zhai Xing. The heavenly books surrounded Lin Ling and began to be used by Lin Ling for cultivation. The advantage of the Purple Mansion realm was to increase Lin Ling's cultivation speed. Its auxiliary effect was extremely strong. Crack, crack. The heavenly books were like bubbles that enveloped Lin Ling with the majesty of an emperor. Around the Purgatory world, the souls of the former generals of the Star-Picking Nation all prostrated themselves in worship. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the sky, and it made one's heart tremble with fear. At the same time, a dense rain of blood fell from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Lin Ling was going through the body-shattering stage. He was shattering all the small worlds and awakening more small worlds. The human bones had the most small worlds, so they were about to shatter. His blood was like the Milky Way, and the small worlds were about to shatter. His internal organs rumbled like thunder and were also shattering at this moment. The pain during this process was indescribable. However, within the heavenly book bubble, Lin Ling stood there with a cold expression on his face. He had cultivated for an unknown number of years, and with the reincarnation cycle, the pain of his physical body could no longer affect him. He looked like he was in his 20s, but with the years of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was much older than that. It's shattering very quickly. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. His right hand had already turned into bones. His 5 bony fingers looked ferocious and terrifying, but they also carried a sharp killing intent. Your Majesty, you have to shatter your body 5 times this time. Elder Z sighed at Lin Ling's perseverance and reminded him at the same time. The 5th stage of physical strength, the power of 10 universes, and the talent has reached the 10th grade of the profound rank. There will be one more divine ability. Space, it's space. Lin Ling muttered to himself as if he knew something. The Fiend God Overlord physique was the space distortion, then the space separation, and then Lin Ling comprehended the empty sword. Now, this comprehension was getting stronger and stronger. An illusion appeared in Lin Ling's mind. A void storm appeared, constantly exploding, and it was earth-shattering. Then it fused together. The void was the most mysterious thing. It was comprehended by Saint Realm experts. So many late Saint Realm experts had martial arts that could distort space. However, above that, it seemed to be shattering. That's right, shattering the void. A punch and a palm, a word and a smile, shattering the void. And this was the power of the 5th stage. Heaven Lifting Cauldron. What a domineering name. Its power was not weak, as if it was lifting a cauldron and breaking the sky. This was also a Saint Rune martial art, the source of martial arts, but it was related to the space domain. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones shattering continued for a total of 5 times. A large amount of precious half-saint's essence flowed out, as if it was a small pool. If it was placed in the 7 emperors' heavens, it would be enough to make all the disciples' eyes red with envy. The precious half-saint's essence wrapped around Lin Ling, raising Lin Ling's strength in 3 aspects. His soul power slowly increased from the 122nd stage to the 125th stage. Chapter 1535. Increase in Strength Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling broke through and stepped into the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, greatly increasing his strength. Rumble. The celestial demon overlord body had reached the 5th layer, giving him a 10th grade Xian immortal body. After an unknown period of time, the heavenly book of the sky exploded, and Lin Ling walked out from it. He was completely naked. He was tall and slender, and his muscles were not explosive. Instead, they were streamlined, as if they were carved. His eyes were deep and sharp, like an unsheathed sword. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your strength has increased greatly." Elder Z immediately appeared and yelled in joy. "With so much half-saint's essence, if I still can't increase my strength, then I don't need to cultivate any more," Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not encounter any difficulties in his cultivation this time. With the huge amount of resources, his strength had finally increased. Suddenly, Lin Ling's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. Now, it would be even easier for him to become one of the 10 unfettered holes. "Elder Z, how long have I been cultivating?" After a long time, Lin Ling withdrew his excitement and asked with a smile. "Your Majesty, 25 years. Elder Z said bluntly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected, as one's strength increased, the time needed to cultivate would also increase. Of course, the reason why Lin Ling took so long was because the celestial demon overlord body was too difficult to improve. If it were other peerless geniuses, they would not take so long. Of course, there were pros and cons. At the same level, their strength was not comparable to Lin Ling's. 25 days have passed in the outside world. There are only a few days left until a month. Lin Ling nodded and took a step forward, leaving the Purple Palace. At this moment, the sacred rainforest was as lively as usual. Everyone was extremely excited when Lin Ling returned. Every time Lin Ling went out to fight, they would tremble with fear. Fortunately, Lin Ling was always able to overcome the danger and return safely. Sometimes, they would wonder if their home would still be safe if the flag was gone one day. "Master Lin Ling." When Lin Ling came out, everyone greeted him respectfully. "Have your injuries healed?" Lord Watermist had been guarding the rainforest's sacred land. When he saw Lin Ling, he was shocked. "It's just a minor injury." Lin Ling quickly bowed and smiled. Lady Watermist knew that he was injured, so she had been guarding him all this time. He would remember this favor. "Minor injuries? At that time, you only had half your life left. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. You're really a freak." Lord Watermist couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. He couldn't see through Lin Ling anymore. In the past, he was above Lin Ling, but now, not only was he treating Lin Ling as an equal, he even felt like he was looking up to Lin Ling. "How is Venerable C calming?" Lin Ling asked again. "He's fine now, but he still needs some time to recover. After all, it's already quite lucky that he didn't die from Golden Armor King's all-out attack." Lady Watermist shook her head. "Golden Armor King." Lin Ling's eyes turned ice-cold, revealing a cold glint. He had to settle his grudge with the Golden Armor King. However, although he had reached the height of the Langya 10 halls, it would be difficult for him to kill the Golden Armor King. This was because he was only on par with the Golden Armor King. Even if he could kill the Golden Armor King, he would need to go all out. This wasn't what Lin Ling wanted to see. He wanted to crush Golden Armor King. "If I have more half-saint's essence, my strength can increase by another 10%. As long as my soul power reaches level 130, it should be enough," Lin Ling thought to himself. He walked side by side with Lord Watermist, chatting as they walked. They were talking about the title of Celestial Emperor. Those powerful Celestial Emperors were extremely powerful, even more powerful than Lord Watermist. They were already standing at the peak of Xianpang Province. It would be very difficult for Lord Watermist to become a Celestial Emperor in this lifetime. It would be harder than ascending to heaven. Therefore, she could only place her hopes on Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, during the 20 days you were in seclusion, the major forces of Xianpang Province fought. Among them, Lord Watermist betrayed the Black-White Dao Palace and formed his own sect. Langya and the Carefree 10 temples also fought. Those temple masters are crazily clashing. The Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin." Lady Watermist continued to speak, causing Lin Ling to become interested. Currently, he was already a disciple of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, so the matters of the Heaven and Earth halls had nothing to do with him. However, he was still curious about the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony. "I heard that the Universal and Kuan temples are going to be reshuffled and even unified." Lord Watermist sighed. It was like this before becoming a disciple of the 7 Emperors. In a clash between strong forces, One could turn into ashes at any time. However, it was different after becoming a disciple of the 7 emperors. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars wouldn't dare to provoke them. This also meant that if Xueqi province were to be reshuffled, no one would dare to provoke the Rainforest Holy Land. If you encounter something you can't solve, Lord Watermist can come find me at any time, Lin Ling said to Lord Watermist. He didn't fear the universal grand ceremony. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, as long as they didn't provoke Lin Ling, it would be fine. If someone overestimated themselves, then Lin Ling wouldn't mind killing them and even the powers behind them. Subordinate greets Lord. Lord. Lord is here. Lord. As he walked forward, the people of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Flaming Right Court Palace all bowed towards Lin Ling. Lord Watermist's eyes lit up. Lin Ling's 2 factions were very good. They were all transcendents, and their talents had already surpassed the sea-calming realm. They were comparable to the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. This was also a massive faction. It could be called a true powerhouse. Lord Watermist never imagined that Lin Ling had secretly raised such a faction. Your bitter cultivation should come to an end. Xueqi Province's Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. The powerhouses of Heaven and Earth Palaces will be reshuffled. You can take advantage of this reshuffle to go out and gain experience. At the same time, you can help the sea-calming Heavenly Palace and the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling looked at these people. His words caused the eyes of these geniuses to narrow. They were in Xueqi Province and naturally knew that a great calamity was about to befall the world. The Universal Grand Ceremony was about to begin, and at this time, the various regions of Xueqi Province, supersects, and inheritance dynasties were all on guard. But in the words of Lord Lin Ling, this was only an opportunity for them to gain experience. As expected of the Lord, many people secretly admired him. This was their true leader. Others feared the great calamity of the world, but Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. Of course, if there are any factions that don't have eyes and dare to provoke you, you can directly exterminate them. Lin Ling added, "Good. We definitely won't lose face for the Lord." The people of the Starry Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace all shouted out, their fighting spirit soaring. They became increasingly excited. It was good to have such a powerful backer. Lord Watermist bitterly smiled. During the Universal Grand Ceremony, even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could be replaced by other powerhouses. They still had to be careful. But in Lin Ling's words, if a god blocked his path, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked his path, he would destroy a Buddha. How domineering was that? However, while he was surprised, he also felt a deep sense of excitement. With a thick thigh like Lin Ling, their Black-White Dao Palace didn't need to fear him. Lin Ling is becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 1536. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios back to the 7 Emperors' sky, but now, the wheel of heaven and earth remained unchanged. 10 years of peace, 10 years of madness. For their own interests, for their own safety, and for various reasons, countless experts started another war. The result of the war was that the strong survived and the weak were eliminated. However, in this war, Lin Ling was no longer a pushover. He could dominate everything. Whoever dared to provoke him would be eliminated. They even felt that they should be thanking the heavens that Lord Lin Ling didn't destroy the other factions. Go! Lin Ling waved his hand. Indeed, he didn't destroy the other factions because he didn't have the time. It wasn't because he couldn't do it. Lord Xueqi, this is the first time they are training in Xueqi Province. Please lead them. Lin Ling said to Xueqi. All right. Lady Watermist naturally nodded happily. After everyone left, Lin Ling walked forward and finally arrived at a small courtyard. Brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. This small courtyard was very quiet. Usually, only Lin Ling's mother, Emo Nianchen, Elder Tai Yan, and Yuman Yun would come here. It was colder here and the yin qi was very dense. A huge locust tree was planted on the ground. Yin qi was rolling. 2 souls stood under the locust tree, smiling at Lin Ling. They were Xiao Yun and the Second Dream. How have you been? Lin Ling smiled when he saw them. Very good. Aunt Nianchen, Grandpa Tai Yan and the rest often come to visit us. We are very happy. Before Xiao Yun could say anything, the Second Dream said with a smile. She was different from the past. She was no longer lonely. Instead, she was as cheerful and lively as an ordinary girl. This was because she had no friends in the past, and everyone was using her. However, in this place, there was only family and sincere care. She cherished all of this very much. She had been a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes, and the heavens and earth could not tolerate her. Now, she finally had everything, and all of this was brought by this man. He stepped into the Yellow Springs, entered the cycle of reincarnation, and brought them out to defy the heavens and change their fates. To be able to meet such a man in this lifetime, they had no regrets in life. That's right. Sister Yuman Yun burns incense for me to eat every day. Xiao Yun happily laughed. They did not have powerful souls, so they needed incense to refine their souls. That's great. Lin Ling nodded happily, as if the load on his mind could finally be lifted. By the way, other than singing, I'm also very good at cooking. If there's a chance, I'll cook for you. You'll definitely be full of praises. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. She was originally a peerless beauty. It was just that she was a bit too cold in the past. Haha, hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it even more. I want to have a restaurant. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that the second dream could be opened up, he was even happier. However, looking at the second dream and Xiao Yun, he felt a little regretful. Although the second dream and Xiao Yun were very happy, they were still ghosts after all. They could not enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people and could only hide in dark places. By the way, I saw that little girl, the fire spirit princess. If the second dream's soul returns, then you can also enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. The fire spirit princess. The second dream also knew that her other soul had entered the cycle of reincarnation and became the fire spirit princess. However, she's already a complete person. If I join her, it will only disrupt her life. That doesn't seem too good. The second dream shook her head. Sister, the second dream, she's you and you're her. What would disrupt your life? I think if the fire spirit princess knew about this, she would definitely want to merge with you because that's also her life. Xiao Yun did not agree with the second dream statement because if it were her, she would also want to know about her past life and make her soul more perfect. The second dream wanted to say something but in the end, she did not speak. The fire spirit princess was like a sister to her. They were like one body. Naturally, she would not want to separate them. However, that little girl is quite naughty. If I want to bring her to see you, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Ling recalled. In his memory, the fire spirit princess was domineering and willful. Before he could convince her, she would not come to the sacred rainforest. Brother Lin Ling, what should we do? Xiao Yun was a little anxious. It's okay. She's just a little girl. If she doesn't listen to me, I'll smack her butt. Don't worry, I'll bring her here. Lin Ling said with a smile. If you smack her butt, isn't that the same as smacking the second dream's butt? Brother Lin Ling, you're so naughty. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Then she giggled. The second dream was stunned and her face turned red. Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He only treated the fire spirit princess as a child. That was why he said something so careless. Who knew that he would be teasing the second dream? Okay, I'll leave first. The next time I see the fire spirit princess, I'll bring her here. Of course, if she refuses, I'll smack her butt. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. At the same time he said this, Xiao Yun laughed even louder. The second dream frowned. She did not expect her old enemy to be so frivolous. Brother Lin Ling is a good person. Yes, Xiao Yun. He will definitely find a body for you. When that time comes, we can be together with Aunt Nianchen, Grandpa Taiyan, and Meng Yun. The locust tree was still swaying with the wind. The leaves rustled. Under the huge tree, two ghosts were holding hands. They looked into the distance with anticipation. They also wanted to enjoy the sunshine. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the sacred rainforest and was heading towards the Seven Emperors' world. His strength was still lacking. Therefore, he had to accept more missions on the mission board. Of course, it was time for his battle with the demonic Bone King to end. This Lin Ling is really powerful. After becoming a human sovereign's disciple for half a month, his strength has already reached the level of the 10 halls of Langya. Yes, I heard that during the Xian ranking battle, all the elites of the human realm came out. Some wanted to kill Lin Ling, But there were also many people who supported Lin Ling. What a pity! We missed such an exciting scene. In the 4 mountains of the 7 emperors' world, the disciples were discussing. They did not expect the new disciple, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. And in the East Mountain, on a mountain peak, a tall man stood there quietly, staring into the distance. He was the first king of the East Mountain, the demonic Bone King. Senior brother, Lin Ling's reputation has risen. Many people have heard of him among the 3 great legends of the human realm. Behind the demonic Bone King, several disciples said respectfully, "Yes, only then can he be my opponent." The demonic Bone King stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. His bones crackled, filled with excitement and battle intent. Lin Ling was more powerful than he had imagined. However, Lin Ling could reach the level of the 10 halls of Langya. This was not enough to make him afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the battle with Lin Ling. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, his position as the first king of the East Mountain would be even more stable. As for the level of the 10 halls of Langya, the first king of the East Mountain had also reached that level, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling is back. At this time, a disciple said to the demonic Bone King, full of excitement. They obviously knew the strength of the demonic Bone King, so they were looking forward to the battle between Lin Ling and the demonic Bone King. The news spread out mightily. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Ling's figure appeared under the 7 emperors' world. Senior brother Lin Ling. Greetings, senior brother. Chapter 1537. War Demon Bone King. This was the reality of this world. As long as one was strong enough, even the noble disciples would lower their proud heads. Lin Ling. At the same time, Tao Xian and the other disciples of the Shiman Sea were also shocked when they saw the black-robed young man walking towards them. The one who had arrived at this moment was none other than Lin Ling. His gaze did not pay any attention to the surrounding disciples. Instead, he indifferently glanced at Tao Xian, and coldly and domineeringly spat out, "Scram!" These 2 words were filled with deep contempt, causing Tao Xian and the others' eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was crushing them again. The surrounding disciples had never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. He had just returned and he had directly told Tao Xian to scram. Many gazes instantly turned to Tao Xian. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Tao Xian and the others' faces turned malevolent. In the end, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ling's gaze, and slowly left. Senior martial brother Tao Xian and the others really left. Everyone's hearts exploded. They never thought that Tao Xian would be so afraid of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly advancing. Finally, he stopped at the foot of the floating mountain and stood there quietly without saying a word. Many people were suddenly curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Could it be that he's waiting for the Devil Bone King's battle? That's definitely the case. A month's time is up, and Lin Ling is coming. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring Wyrm King. His strength can be ranked among the unfettered 10 palaces, but so can East Mountain's first king. This battle will definitely be exciting. Many people were excited, their blood boiling. One was the #1 king of the Eastern Mountain, the overlord among the peerless geniuses, who had ruled the Eastern Mountain for a year. The other was a monster who had just risen, who had shown his talent in just a month. Whoever won and who lost would be the true #1 king of the Eastern Mountain. Get the Devil Bone King over here. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He seemed to be impatient, so he asked his disciples to invite the Devil Bone King. This, senior brother Lin Ling, my strength is not as good as his, so I can't invite him. Moreover, I don't know if the Devil Bone King dares to fight. A disciple nervously replied. If I want him to fight, he will fight. Lin Ling said indifferently, with an incomparable domineering aura. If they wanted him to fight, he would fight. Boom. A month ago, the Devil Bone King had challenged Lin Ling to a battle with Tao Xian, and he was just as domineering. If he wanted him to fight, he would fight. But now the stage had changed, and the one forcing the Devil Bone King to battle was Lin Ling. You've got guts. I thought you'd wait for me to challenge you. In the end, you challenged me first. At this moment, a majestic voice finally drifted over from the sky. Demonic chi rippled, and killing intent overflowed to the heavens. The Devil Bone King is here. The crowd became even more expectant. Was the peak battle about to begin? On top of each mountain peak, the various top disciples also quietly arrived. Their faces were cold as they waited for this battle. In the Eastern Mountain 4 Poison appeared. Each of the beauties looked at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to come after a month. As for Lin Ling's recent fame, they knew that Lin Ling's strength was not any weaker than the Devil Bone King, and he might even win. Eastern Mountain's number 1 king, Earth Grade 1 talent, 5th layer saint. Lin Ling, Yellow Grade 10 talent, seems to be 3rd layer saint. Lin Ling's cultivation realm is rising so fast. Many heavenly emperors also appeared, watching from afar. For this battle, I bet on the Devil Bone King. Is that so? I think you're just jealous of Lin Ling's rapid rise. In any case, I bet on Lin Ling winning. No matter what, Lin Ling is also a disciple of the 7 emperors. Interesting, then let's wait and see. Each of the titled Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had their own views. This battle, who would win and who would lose, was currently 50-50. Under everyone's gaze, the Devil Bone King walked down from the sky. Every step he took was like a giant walking forward. He said indifferently, "You are quite trustworthy, but for this battle, there shouldn't be any heavenly emperors backing you." His voice carried boundless dominance, representing the Devil Bone King's confidence. Although Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he believed that defeating Lin Ling would not be difficult. At most, the process would be a little troublesome. Let's fight. However, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent voice floated out. "After dealing with you, I still have to go to the mission board." Hearing this, the Demonic Bone King's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so confident? One had to know that he should be the one who was confident. Good. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Since you want to fight so much, within 100 moves, I will defeat you. The Devil Bone King was so angry that he laughed. Although he was confident that he would win, he no longer underestimated Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling was underestimating him? 100 moves. Is that okay? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Devil Bone King was indeed very confident. They looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the ground. His voice was deafening. "I don't have that much time to play with you. Let's finish it in 5 moves." Boom. As soon as those words fell, all the disciples widened their eyes. Even the titled Heavenly Emperors were the same. They thought that Lin Ling would also use 100 moves as a standard to defeat the Devil Bone King. Who knew that Lin Ling would be even bolder? "I don't have time to play with you. You're not qualified to do that." Devil Bone 9 Heavens. 3 Bone Rain. The Devil Bone King was so angry that his entire body trembled. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant fellow. Chi. At the same time, the demonic rain in the sky rippled and fell to the ground. A black light flashed and on the ground, a demonic god appeared. Its entire body was covered in black demonic bones. Its flesh and blood had disappeared. It was as if it was a devil bone giant. This skeleton was clearly not a human skeleton. It was as if it was formed from the bones of a dragon, Qilin, Ox King, and Lion Emperor. Clearly, the Devil Bone King was enraged and was ready to attack. What a terrifying pressure. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge monster was the Devil Bone King? Eat my fist. On the ground, the sound of demonic energy rippling floated out, shaking the earth like thunder. 100-meter-long skeletal arm fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. The wind and clouds billowed and engulfed the earth. Moreover, a large number of black bone fragments swept out like blades, cutting through everything. Ah! Some disciples were unable to react in time and were cut by the black bone fragments. Their arms were immediately severed and blood splattered everywhere. This great law cuts through everything. Even more disciples said with solemn expressions. Being in the midst of the locust-like black bone fragments, anyone would probably die. I said I would defeat you in 500 moves. When the crowd heard this, it was clear that the Devil Bone King was still determined to defeat Lin Ling in 500 moves. Rumble! The terrifying bone fist rushed towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the black bone fragments cut through the heaven and earth, submerging Lin Ling in an instant. Lin Ling shouldn't be defeated like this, right? Many people muttered to themselves, but they also felt that it was possible because Lin Ling was too arrogant, so arrogant that he couldn't see himself clearly. Arrogant soldiers were bound to be defeated, especially when facing an opponent of similar strength. Arrogance was a great taboo. I'll have to trouble you to use your true strength. However, at this moment, within the endless black bone fragments, the Flame Dragon King roared and rushed towards the heaven and earth. The black bone robes were all swept away. This was the great law of fire. Moreover, the Flame Dragon King hovered in the sky and rushed down to the ground. The moment the youth on the ground encountered fire, he seemed to have transformed into a real Flame Dragon King. Rumble! A fist smashed out. The fiery fist was like a mountain, colliding with the bone fist. With a loud bang, the Devil Bone King's fist exploded. Powerful! Chapter 1538. Crushing the Demonic Bone King. No wonder you're so confident. Martial origin not bad, but I have it too. Not far away, the Demonic Bone King's skull let out a hoarse voice. He punched out again, tearing the world apart. Demonic Bone 9 heavens, 6th heaven's bone flaming sky. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. His Earth-grade innate talent seemed to have devoured all kinds of demonic creatures, turning the world into a demonic domain. A large number of flaming demonic creatures crawled out from the ground. Some were demonic Kirans. Some were 3-headed demonic wolves. The most terrifying thing was that these demonic creatures were all in the form of black skeletons, tall and majestic. Demonic bones burned by the flames of the demonic domain do not fear the 5 elements: thunder, fire, and wind. Each demonic creature is comparable to a 4th-stage saint. Lin Ling, if this is all you have, then you should admit defeat. Countless skeletal demonic creatures strode forward, sweeping towards Lin Ling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Interesting innate talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. Its black skeleton was neither metal nor wood, and the skeletal demonic creatures were also very ferocious. If the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King was here, his Black Flood Dragon King might not be able to block these skeletal demonic creatures. However, it was only the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King that couldn't face them. It didn't mean Lin Ling could. Ka. The skeletal demonic creatures were getting closer and closer. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. How would Lin Ling deal with them? However, Lin Ling just looked at the skeletal demonic creatures with a calm expression. That appearance made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling had gone crazy. He was actually curious about the skeletal demonic creatures. Sure enough, just as Lin Ling was curious, the skeletal demonic creatures once again drowned Lin Ling. Deafening sounds rang out endlessly. The skeletal demonic creatures were like an army. They held bone blades, bone teeth, and bone claws as they attacked Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling's world was in chaos. His aura was extremely terrifying, making people wonder if Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, many people couldn't understand why Lin Ling didn't counterattack. He just stood there and watched. Even the Devil Bone King was stunned. Lin Ling's actions were very abnormal. What was he going to do? Alright, I've absorbed enough energy. Skyline. At this moment, sword light flickered, a line of fire slashed out, cutting through heaven and earth. Those terrifying skeletal monsters were all split into 2. Kacha sounds rang out as a large number of broken bones fell to the ground, shocking everyone in the surroundings. These skeletons came from the Devil Domain, and many of them were the bones of the Devil Domain's great emperors. They were extremely tough, and even a 4th heaven saint would find it hard to break through their defense. However, none of them were able to withstand a single strike from Lin Ling. This result was completely out of everyone's expectations. This is the second move. I'll have to trouble you to make your move quickly. If I hadn't said that I would defeat you in 5 moves, I would have sent you flying with a single punch. At this moment on the ground, Lin Ling held the ancient sword and walked forward step by step. His drooping eyes carried an indifferent and domineering aura. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have any grudges with the Devil Bone King. However, the Devil Bone King was jealous of his 7 purple and gold trump cards and arrogantly forced him to fight. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see what qualifications the Devil Bone King had to be arrogant. Moreover, even if the Devil Bone King was arrogant, Lin Ling would still ruthlessly crush him. That's right, crush him. So powerful. At this moment, the Devil Bone King's heart turned heavy. In a mere month, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. His heavenly pattern martial arts had actually reached the transcendent realm. Coupled with that mysterious sword, his origin force had greatly increased. Most importantly, Lin Ling's words had made him seethe with anger. Because he had said that he would defeat him in 5 moves, Lin Ling hadn't used his true strength yet. If he did, the Devil Bone King wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. How frivolous was that? He was seriously looking down on the Devil Bone King. I hope your mouth is as powerful as your strength. The Devil Bone King coldly shouted. He felt that he had lost all face. He also knew that Lin Ling was trampling on his pride and questioning his position as the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. However, he sneered, "You only rely on that sword. It said that it's an Emperor stage heavenly soldier. No wonder you're so confident." During this period of time, the Devil Bone King had clearly investigated Lin Ling. He roughly knew where Lin Ling's strength lay. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in this battle. His words were filled with provocation, telling everyone that Lin Ling was only relying on external objects. His own strength was only... Then, I'll put away my sword. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the Devil Bone King's provocation. He slowly put away his sword and strode forward. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was giving up his advantage to fight with the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident. He put away his sword just like that. "You'll regret this." The Devil Bone King sneered. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Then he would let Lin Ling suffer. He angrily shouted. A mysterious black ripple bloomed, giving people an oppressive and irresistible feeling. Behind the Devil Bone King, a tall Devil Realm Great Emperor appeared. Black light soared into the sky. "Devil Bone, come out. Ka ka ka." At the same time, within a radius of 10,000 miles, a sudden change occurred. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The bones of the disciples began to shatter. The stronger ones broke at a slower speed. As for the weaker ones, their legs and arms instantly shattered. As for the top disciples, their bodies bloomed with a mysterious light, resisting the pressure. They said with a dignified expression, "Have they used their first-grade earth step talents?" The Devil Bone King wasn't the strongest in the 4 mountains. However, his strength increased very quickly. Therefore, even the top disciples were wary of the Devil Bone King. Among them, the Devil Bone King's talent was the one that everyone feared the most. The power of that talent was to shatter bones. Bones was something that every martial artist had. No matter how strong a martial artist was, as long as their bones were shattered, they would lose the ability to fight. In the worst case, they would die. This was also the reason why the Devil Bone King could become one of the 10 Langya Palace halls. Now, can you still be arrogant? The Devil Bone King seemed to be even taller. His shadow shot straight into the sky. He strode towards Lin Ling like a giant. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling's bones shattering. However, everyone was surprised. They saw that Lin Ling seemed to be unaffected. He continued to move forward. At the same time, a wine jug appeared in his hand. He looked up to the sky and drank with an indescribable heroism. "You only have this little strength?" The third move. Moreover, everyone heard such a frivolous sentence. Silence. Below the floating mountain, it was silent. Even those titled Celestial Emperor's pupils constricted. They guessed that Lin Ling might have a way to deal with the Devil Bone King's talent. However, they didn't expect it to be this way. Could it be that Lin Ling was invincible? The crowd had this thought in their minds. They looked around and saw the disciples with broken bones howling in pain. Compared to the indifferent Lin Ling, this was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Mystic rank 10th grade talent. At this time, the Devil Bone King stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Obviously, he noticed that Lin Ling's talent had increased. "You're not that stupid after all." Lin Ling softly spat out a voice. He continued to move forward. "You don't be too arrogant." Chapter 1539. The new king of Dongshan. Lin Ling's strength has improved so quickly. Compared to the profound ranking battle, he seems to have improved again. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Every time they saw Lin Ling's strength seemed to increase by a large amount, making it impossible for them to see through him. "Let me tell you, you're not qualified to crush me." The demonic Bone Emperor roared furiously. As a peerless genius of his generation, it was his first time being suppressed like this. It's a simple matter. Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. He walked in front of the Devil Bone King and looked up at it. Looking from afar, the demonic Bone Monarch was 1,000 zhang tall while Lin Ling was as weak as an ant. It was as if they weren't even on the same level. However, reality told them that there were two emperor-level existences standing there, and the ant-like emperor was even taller and fiercer. The demonic Bone King lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. The anger in his heart grew even stronger. This was the first time he had encountered such a battle. His opponent had walked right in front of him without fear of any of his methods. This was utter contempt. Seamless Tao. The demonic Bone King growled. He didn't do anything, but an even more terrifying origin energy swept out. At this moment, not to mention his bones, even his flesh and blood were about to split apart. However, on the ground, Lin Ling was still looking at the demonic Bone King. His expression was calm and unharmed. Invincible. What a powerful physical body. The hearts of the people around the floating mountain exploded. Lin Ling just stood there and let the Devil Bone King hit him. The Devil Bone King couldn't even shake him. It's my turn. Finally, Lin Ling said softly. Then he directly punched out. He didn't use the great rules. It was just a simple and unadorned punch. Dang! At this moment, the Devil Bone King was so angry that his bones were trembling. He let out a furious roar, and a huge black bone fist also blasted out. This punch easily broke the ground. One was Bone King, and the other was a venerable emperor. At this moment, they were clashing fiercely. Rumble! The gigantic fist collided with the tiny fist, and an invisible gale swept out in all directions. Even the mountain peaks in the distance were blown away by the gale. Ka-ka-ka! At the same time, under countless gazes, cracks began to appear on the pitch-black, dazzling bone fist. Soon after, it exploded, and the demonic Bone King's pained cry rang out. Their fists collided, and his arm was blasted apart by Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? One punch to break a major law. No one had ever seen such a violent battle before. It was as if a fist could break through the heavens, crushing everything in its path. How could they know that the current Lin Ling possessed the power of 10 universes? Breaking major rules with his fist was naturally effortless. It seems to be the fifth move. No, it seems to be the fourth move. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd's astonishment. He stretched out his left hand and counted to himself. His appearance made many people feel like they were dreaming. How domineering, how frivolous. One must know that a month ago, the Devil Bone King had said that he wanted Lin Ling to know how pathetic and laughable he was. Now, a month later, it seemed that the Devil Bone King was pathetic and laughable. Becoming the #1 king of East Mountain in a year is indeed impressive. However, such a feat isn't something that only you can achieve. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King stood there, his black skull revealing a ferocious appearance. The pride of being the #1 king of East Mountain was now being trampled on by Lin Ling. He seemed to be helpless against Lin Ling, and all his methods were useless. So that's how it is. You're very powerful, but that doesn't mean you can win. Return. Soon, the Devil Bone King roared angrily. The shattered bones on the ground fused together, forming a huge arm once again. Let me tell you, I cultivate with bones. I'm invincible and will never be defeated. Even if my bones are broken, they can be reborn. The Devil Bone King's voice became even lower, but everyone could tell that he was a bit hysterical. He was angry out of humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out with his right fist, uprooting the heavens. Rumble! As soon as the fist came out, the void exploded, shattering like glass. That fist was so terrifying that it actually shattered the void. Shattering the void. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. As far as they knew, that seemed to be the power of space origin. One had to know that space law was the most difficult to comprehend. Only late Saint Realm Masters could barely comprehend it. As for the power of origin above space law, it was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling was only a third-layer Saint Realm Master, yet he managed to comprehend it. Pang! The fist landed on the demonic Bone King's black bones. What was surprising was that the sound was not loud at all. Instead, it was as if the fist had landed on a cowhide drum. It was somewhat dull, but the demonic Bone King did not seem to be affected at all. It's over. From now on, the #1 king of East Mountain is me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at the Devil Bone King as he turned around and left. What happened? Did Lin Ling win? That's impossible. The Devil Bone King cultivates with bones. As long as he has a little bit of bone left, he can recover to his peak. Lin Ling can't defeat him. Many disciples began to discuss spiritedly. This battle was too strange. Moreover, it was an overwhelming situation. It was too shocking. Boom. However, just as they finished speaking, the tall Devil Bone King's body trembled. The black skull shattered, turning into sparkling light, floating in the sky like dust. One punch, all bones were destroyed. For the sake of the 7 emperors, I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted over. Pah! Amidst the endless sparkling and translucent bone dust, a black bone the size of a fingernail fell from the sky and finally turned into the demonic Bone King. But at this moment, his face was pale and bloodless. He looked at Lin Ling with disbelief and even more fear. He was defeated. If Lin Ling had not held back and left him a piece of bone so that he could use that bone to be reborn, he would have died at this moment. How could I lose? Impossible. I'm the #1 king of East Mountain. I'm the peerless genius who became the #1 king of East Mountain in just a year. The Devil Bone King sat on the ground and shook his head. The crowd was silent. Everyone could see that Lin Ling won. Moreover, it wasn't a hard battle, nor was it a battle of 100 moves. It was a one-sided battle from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, the Devil Bone King's life was spared by Lin Ling, the new #1 king of East Mountain. Everyone stared at the back of the departing figure. They didn't feel good. He became the #1 peerless genius of East Mountain in just 2 months? This Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. The 4 Venoms of East Mountain looked at each other. There was only shock in their eyes. To be able to increase his strength so much in just a month, among the 7 emperors, who could do it other than Lin Ling? It seems like East Mountain is going to rise. The elite disciples at the top of the mountain mumbled to themselves. Their hearts were heavy. Hong Tianxia, this Lin Ling has a grudge with your Hong residents. Now that he has risen, you can't do anything to him. A top disciple looked at Hong Tianxia and said, his strength is indeed powerful, but it's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Hong Tianxia replied with a cold expression. He was also afraid of Lin Ling, so he had to cultivate hard. It was still uncertain who would become the king in the end. Chapter 1540. A new mission. What a pitiful demonic Bone King. He was so arrogant, and now he's kicked an iron plate. Haha, a month ago, he was so arrogant that Lin Ling had to listen to him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Many disciples stared at the demonic Bone King, who had lost his will to fight, and sneered. There was no sympathy, only adding insult to injury. Although killing was not allowed between disciples, it was still extremely cruel. Jealousy and rubbing salt on the wound were common occurrences. Demonic Bone King, on the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as invincibility. You were very powerful in the past, but there will always be people more powerful than you in this world. You must learn to be brave. Losing once doesn't mean anything. At this moment, a mysterious voice sounded in the demonic Bone King's ears. His dispirited heart of martial arts was once again ignited like a flame. Yes, although he had lost, his talent could still grow. He still had a chance to defeat Lin Ling and wash away his shame. Lin Ling, this battle is not over. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. The demonic Bone King muttered to himself. His eyes were sharp. He ignored the mockery around him and left with his injured body. These disciples all stood at the peak of the human world. It was not easy to come by. How could they give up on the path of martial arts just because of a defeat? Obviously, those who could appear here were all at the great circle of martial arts realm. They would not easily admit defeat. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what the demonic Bone King was thinking. But even if he knew, he would not care. That was because ever since he started learning martial arts, the opponents he had surpassed had never had the chance to surpass him. Lin Ling, I accept wholeheartedly. From now on, you are the #1 king of East Mountain. At the same time, the disciples of the Shiman Sea were full of worship. They had no choice but to accept it. Scram! Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he calmly walked forward. His words caused the faces of Shimen Hai's disciples to turn ugly. The world was so realistic. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong, so everyone was dissatisfied. Now that Lin Ling had reached a height that could not be underestimated, others flattered him. Lin Ling did not need to be polite to these people. To him, face was not given by others, but by himself. After a long time, Lin Ling came back to the mission board. The Space-Time Emperor was already there. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, Junior Lin Ling, you are amazing. Junior brother Lin Ling, you is. Junior brother Lin Ling, you. Lin Ling, you. Junior brother Lin Ling. Is. Space-Time Heavenly Emperor. You're exaggerating. I was just lucky enough to come into contact with that domain. Lin Ling Lin. Lin Nation God. Lin. Calm God. Hee, you're more modest than I thought. The Space-Time Heavenly Emperor was secretly shocked. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but he was not as arrogant as he had imagined. His personality was also very good. By the way, do you want to take a mission? Asked the Space-Time Emperor. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he smiled and said, the rewards are good. Kill a demon from the demon region. After you complete the mission, you will get 300 drops of Half-Saint's essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. If he could get his hands on the Half-Saint's essence, his strength would be greatly enhanced. By then, he would have the qualifications to crush the Golden Armor King and the Divine Chart King. The mission is in the south of Xianpeng Province. A demon from the demon region has appeared there. People from the mortal world want to get rid of that demon. Besides, Yun Gu is a disciple of Champion University. Therefore, I hope you can obtain the merit points and get rid of the demon. The mission will be over in 10 days. Explained the Space-Time Emperor. Lin Ling remained silent. He hadn't thought that there would be other disciples competing for the mission. But the rewards were so good. No wonder the competition was so fierce. 10 days? All right, I'll come back on time, said Lin Ling nodding. He wanted to take the opportunity to go out and have a look. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling left. He didn't tell anyone that he was leaving because the mission was very short. He would be back in 10 days. After leaving the Seven Emperors' world, Lin Ling continued walking. The first thing he saw was that the great ceremony of heaven and earth in Xianpeng Province was about to start. Many strong cultivators were fighting against each other. Many sects and dynasties had fallen, and new sects and groups were rising. Under the heavens, being separated for a long time must be united, and being united for a long time must be divided. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It was like flowers blooming and withering. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everything in the world had its own rules. 10 years of calm, 10 years of madness. Of course it seemed cold and emotionless, but in reality in such a cruel world, there were many strong cultivators, and the overall strength of the world was much stronger. This kind of elimination is like the change of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom's throne. Lin Ling muttered to himself, stand there. Where are you from? When he was heading to the south of Xianpeng Province, Lin Ling naturally met with some strong cultivators blocking his way. Many of the strong cultivators were using the great ceremony of heaven and earth to plunder lone martial artists and make a fortune. You don't have the qualifications to know. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe and carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. Third stage of the Saint Realm. Very formidable. There were a total of 6 martial artists blocking his way, and they were all rather strong. They didn't seem to be martial artists from Xianpeng Province. They seemed to be from places like Mystic Origin and Mystic Yellow. What treasures do you have on you? One of them hesitated and asked. He had been paying attention for a long time and noticed that there was no one behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength might be decent, but they were still able to swallow this fat sheep. What do you want? Just say it. A wine flask appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he took a sip. Kill you and steal your treasures. The few of them finally revealed their wolfish hearts. A sliver of heaven. Lin Ling nodded and drew his sword. He quickly slashed and kept his sword before leaving. Right now, his great law of fire had reached the Transcendence realm. With the help of the Tyrant Song sword, he could easily slash out a sliver of heaven. That sword contained the power of the origin. Swish! Several heads fell from the sky. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate and were all dead. There were martial artists watching from afar. They were originally upset that they didn't manage to plunder Lin Ling and missed out on a fat sheep. But now, they only felt a strong sense of luck because that wasn't a fat sheep. The demon region and the ghost region are similar. There are powerful demons. This time, a demon broke out of the seal and came to the mortal realm. Its strength shouldn't be very strong. Lin Ling continued on his way. In order to avoid trouble, he restrained his aura. As far as he knew, in the ghost region, the powerful ghost clan couldn't leave the ghost region because of the seal. On the contrary, the weak ghost clan could use the loopholes in the seal to enter the mortal realm. This also meant that the mission this time wasn't difficult. The difficult part was how to find the demon of the demon clan. 3. A jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It recorded the main points of the mission and the aura of the demon clan. A day later, Lin Ling finally arrived at the south of Xianpang province. There was a boundless black ocean here called the Chaos Demon Sea. On the other side of the sea was Shenhuang Daiyu. Rumble. Chapter 1541. The demonic snail clan. Beside the chaotic demon ocean, there was a country called the Yelai country. The emperor of this country was a second-layer saint. Because of the appearance of the devil race in the country, he notified the 3 great legends of the mortal world to send experts to eliminate the devil race. The country of Yilai was a small and lively country. People dressed differently. On the streets, people were wearing white robes. Lin Ling could see that most of them were water elemental cultivators, but they weren't very strong. As for the cultivators from other places, they were wearing all sorts of clothes. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe, but he was also wearing an ordinary robe. At this moment, in a luxurious inn in the country of Yelai, a burly man sat there, gulping down wine and eating meat. Several cows were easily devoured by him. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, constantly needing to devour food. His long hair casually scattered, looking extremely wild. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that there were 2 red horns hidden in his long hair. It's difficult for beasts in the human world to replenish their demon chi. If I eat cultivators, I'll be able to replenish my demon chi. But the 3 great myths of the human world have their eyes on me. They've sent strong cultivators to kill me. I have to be careful. Luckily, I'm very far away from the 3 great myths of the human world, so I can escape at any time. The man muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Then, he looked at a nearby table and smiled faintly. Sir, are you interested in the wine I'm drinking? Otherwise, why do you keep staring at me? I'm not interested in your wine, but I'm interested in your head. Not far away, a blue-robed young man sat there indifferently and spoke coldly. Your chi is thick. You're a student of Champion University, a cultivator of the 4th Saint layer. Are you a celestial emperor? Said the tall and sturdy man smiling. He knew how strong the 3 great myths of the human world were. There were many peerless geniuses among them. They had the responsibility of protecting the human world, especially the peerless geniuses who were celestial emperors. They were young, but the tall and sturdy man was afraid of them. Luckily, the young man in blue clothes wasn't one of the peerless geniuses he was afraid of. So much nonsense. You're from the Heaven Snail Demonic Ox clan, right? I didn't expect my luck to be so good, completing a mission as soon as I arrived here. The young man in blue clothes slowly stood up and looked proud. He looked at the crowd and said, I am Wu Zhongming, a student of Champion University. I am the leader of Su Chong. Today, I'm here to kill demons. Everybody leave. In the inn, the crowd's hearts exploded. A disciple of Champion University? He actually appeared. To many cultivators, the disciples of Champion University were monstrously strong. Many people looked up to them and admired them. Moreover, the demon race had appeared here? Many people were suddenly scared witless. As expected of the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal realm. Very impressive. The wild man also stood up. Red ripples flickered in the depths of his eyes. It was extremely strange. He suddenly looked at the surrounding warriors and released his demonic chi. Die, all of you! Terrifying ripples filled the air. From the inn, an ancient heavenly spiral snail appeared. The snail's shell was blue and blue, but the snail's head was that of a human. It was extremely terrifying. After those ripples bloomed, the surrounding martial artists began to wither away. Bastard! Wu Zhongming's expression changed drastically. A spear appeared in his hand. He shook it and the inn exploded. Under the great cosmic energies, the spear moved like a snake and an eagle. It moved towards the surrounding cultivators. Su Chong wanted to save the surrounding cultivators. After all, he was from Champion University. It was a legendary place in the human world. How could he let the demon race kill so many people in front of him? If that continued, he would lose face. But as soon as his spear moved, the wild man smiled coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid which looked like original strength. It twisted the space and moved towards Wu Zhongming. Bastard! Wu Zhongming reacted, but it was too late. The green liquid surrounded him and he was severely injured. His strength decreased drastically. Obviously, he had been tricked. The wild man knew that the disciples of the human world were arrogant. They couldn't kill or injure people, they had lost face. Therefore, he had attacked the surrounding cultivators. But in fact, he was just creating a diversion. Disciples, I love to eat. Haha. When the wild man saw that Wu Zhongming was injured, he burst into laughter. A terrifying demon chi filled the air. The snail looked slow, but it moved in a mysterious way towards Wu Zhongming. Boom boom boom. Wu Zhongming was worthy of being an emperor's disciple. At the most critical moment, he attacked again with his spear. His spear had reached the extraordinary level of celestial marks. It was a wood element. However, something strange happened. His great cosmic energies were absorbed by a green light. Surprisingly, it didn't attack the snail. On the contrary, the spear turned around and attacked Wu Zhongming. It had the feeling that the green light was like an arm, controlling his spear. What is that green liquid you're spitting out? Shouted Wu Zhongming furiously. His spear had attacked him, and he was blown away. He crashed through a few streets. Heavenly snail's poison. How could the wild man give up such a good opportunity? His body was ethereal, and the snail's body was like a rolling stone, rolling towards Wu Zhongming. So powerful. Is that the demon realm's demon race? In the distance, many people's faces changed. They didn't expect that even the disciples of the human world weren't a match for the demon race. That disciple would have a hard time escaping death. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the ground exploded, and the house tumbled in the sky like straw. The heavily injured Wu Zhongming stood up again, and ancient plants grew out of his body, blocking the green venom. Of course, everyone could see that this could only block it for a moment, because the green venom was corroding the ancient plants. You force me to use my innate divine ability. Your death is a pity, Wu Zhongming said coldly. His long hair fluttered, and his aura became even colder. The wild man didn't think that a disciple from the human world would be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't slow down as he rushed forward. But from within the snail shell, mysterious ripples bloomed, forming a terrifying world illusion. The head within the snail shell actually turned into the head of a beautiful woman. Senior brother Wu. Clear and melodious sounds rang out at the same time. At this moment, Wu Zhongming was stunned. Clearly, the head of the beauty was his beloved. However, although he knew that it was a demon, he had the thought of not using his spear. Do you want to kill me? The snail was getting closer and closer to Wu Zhongming. Sect Master Su Chong. Be careful. Many martial artists shouted loudly. They had also noticed Wu Zhongming's strange behavior. However, Wu Zhongming was also aware of this, but he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. He instantly had an idea. It wasn't the illusion that had affected him, but his heart of martial arts had been affected. Moreover, there was a powerful soul force that was affecting him. With all these factors added together, even if he knew it was the demon race, he didn't want to use his spear. Your flesh and blood, I want it. Chapter 1542. The one who killed you dead. A powerful disciple died just like that. Sect leader Su Chong. He was a half-step titled Celestial Emperor. The crowd in the distance turned pale. The person they looked up to had died just like that. Haha, not bad, great. At this moment, the snail became bigger and bigger, and the smell of blood filled the air. The snail head looked around and wanted to devour all the cultivators in the country. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the disciples of the mortal world couldn't resist such a demon, let alone them. I'm a step too late. However, at this moment, a clear voice sounded. The wild man looked into the distance and saw a young man in a black robe twisting the space around him. He had an ancient sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Who are you? The wild man laughed. After killing the disciple of the mortal world, he was full of confidence. Unless he met a titled celestial emperor, he didn't fear anyone. The one who killed you. In the sky, a cold voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the young man coming from afar. There was only one thought in their mind. Another disciple of the mortal world? The wild man also looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see something from Lin Ling's appearance. However, he could only see that Lin Ling was only a third-layer saint, which was lower than the disciple of the mortal world. Thinking of this, the wild man became more confident. Another one who came to die? However, compared to the previous disciple, your cultivation is lower. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Of course, it's good that you're here. Devouring disciples like you will greatly increase my demon chi. He became more and more confident. If the young man in black was a fifth-layer saint, he wouldn't have dared to fight and would have run away immediately. Although Lin Ling's chi was strange and gave him a mysterious feeling, he was still confident that he could easily devour him. Lin Ling looked at the other party calmly. Worthy of being a member of the Devil Clan, you actually have the body of a snail and you cultivate in Devil Chi. Devil Chi is able to resist all kinds of attacks. It's a pity that your cultivation is a little weak, merely a third-layer saint. This was not the first time he had seen the Demon Clan. In the past, the Bien of the ancient tomb was also from the Demon Clan. The aura of the Demon Clan was clearly different from that of the martial artists who cultivated the Demon Clan. The aura of the Demon Clan had a corrosive power, causing their attack, defense, and speed to be much stronger. Weak cultivation? I'm one realm higher than you, but enough nonsense, go die. The wild man smiled disdainfully. Was that young man qualified to say such words? Rumble. His green snail shell shone brightly, mysterious and vast. Circles of ripples spread out like water. Everywhere they passed, even the earth was continuously corroded. It was extremely powerful. One-line sky. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then slashed out with his cold sword. The current him had reached the fifth layer of the fiend god overlord body, and his strength was no longer the same as before. His heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the transcendent realm, and with the help of the tyrant song sword, he could use the origin of martial arts at any time. Although it had not reached the minor completion realm, it was enough for him to kill many opponents. As for the cultivation of his physical body, the fifth layer of the fiend god overlord body allowed Lin Ling to have the strength of 10 universes. Moreover, his innate talent was powerful, and the heaven-lifting cauldron could shatter the void. It was the true origin of martial arts, and also the minor completion realm of the saint pattern martial arts. In addition to his terrifying soul power, he did not put the Demon Clan in his eyes. He was only curious about the Demon Clan's methods. Shill. The fiery line slashed out, and the ripples were instantly cut apart. The wild man's face changed dramatically. So powerful? He felt that the young man in front of him was stronger than the previous disciple, but he did not believe it. Because the previous disciple and this young man was also a disciple, the difference in strength should not be too great. He sneered. You have some ability, but you will still die here. Heavenly snail poison. Under countless gazes, the wild man's snail shell exploded, and a large amount of green liquid shot out. With the speed of space distortion, it corroded everything. Fire Dragon King Realm. Lin Ling's face was still calm. His right hand slashed out with the sword, and his left hand stretched out. The surging Fire Dragon King Realm gushed out. After reaching the third layer of the Saint Realm, the spirit chi in his dantian was denser, and he could use the Fire Dragon King Realm at any time. Rumble! The sword and the fiery dragon swept out, and the green liquid was either burned or cut apart. Who is this disciple? He is actually stronger than Su Chong. He seems to be a disciple from the Seven Emperors' Heaven. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That handsome young man was so strong. This time, even the wild man was nervous. For the first time, he felt that Lin Ling was incomparably terrifying. He shouted in a low voice, Which legend are you a disciple of? The Seven Emperors Heaven. Titled Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said word by word. Holding the sword, he walked forward step by step. His voice caused the surrounding martial artists' hearts to tremble. Titled Celestial Emperor? A third layer Saint Realm Celestial Emperor? How was this possible? However, although they felt it was unbelievable, Lin Ling had at least helped them. They immediately cheered. Seems like he is very difficult to deal with. The wild man also knew just how formidable a titled heavenly emperor was. He looked all around him, and from his head, a pair of red antennae suddenly blossomed with a red halo of light. It was like the light of the sun, enveloping the surroundings and corroding a large number of martial artists. Obviously, he had used a diversion tactic again. The red halo was his demonic body's divine ability, and it was also his source of power. It was extremely powerful. Space distortion. However, Lin Ling's face was calm. He ignored the surrounding people and instead pounced towards the wild man. His left hand stretched out, and the power of 10 universes was brewing. You actually ignored those innocent martial artists. Lin Ling's move shocked the wild man. He didn't expect this young man to be so decisive and not fall for his trick. If you die, they will be able to live. Lin Ling's reply was straightforward, just like his sword, showing off its sharpness. Die! Die! The wild man knew he had encountered a powerful peerless genius. Moreover, his martial heart was at the great perfection realm. He roared, and the sinister head in the snail shell began to change. It turned into a girl as agile as ice and snow. Brother Ling, it's me. Die! Lin Ling's body slightly paused, and his expression slightly changed. That girl was actually Yu. He couldn't help but recall the past. The surrounding crowd became anxious. They knew this demon race's methods were strange. They could affect a person's martial heart. The human realm disciple had died under this method. Someone wanted to warn Lin Ling, but his voice couldn't reach Lin Ling's ears. Jejia, very powerful peerless genius, but you still have to die. Your body is mine. Go. The wild man seized the opportunity and pounced towards Lin Ling. However, just as he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling shook his head. Very strange method, using the soul to affect the martial heart. Unfortunately, my soul power has reached more than 100 levels. It is useless against me. Go! Chapter 1543. Dark Vermilion Butterfly Boom Boom Boom. The atmosphere broke like glass. The ferocious man's facial expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but he turned into a million pieces and disappeared. Only a pair of red antennae were left behind. A member of the Demon Region's Tian Snail clan had been killed in one punch. The surrounding people were all stunned. How straightforward was that? How domineering was that? Killing with a single punch? This youth was indeed worthy of being a powerhouse with the title of Heavenly Emperor. When did the disciples of the Seven Emperors world become so strong? Yes. Indeed, they don't have as many disciples as Champion University or Yungu Celestial Stage. That's right. The Seven Emperors world are looking for geniuses, and that handsome young man is one of them. That's right. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Their words were filled with admiration and admiration. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd. He picked up the red antennae and looked at them carefully. Your Majesty, that's an incredible treasure for making celestial weapons. Even in the ancient times, the antennae of the Tian Snail clan were extremely rare, said Mr. Z at the same time. Hee, I'll leave one for you and keep the other one for myself. All right. Lin Ling gently smiled. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. The cultivators of the Yelai country stared at his back, their faces filled with excitement. That young man was actually stronger than Su Chong. But why hadn't his name spread out in the mortal world? This was very strange. At that moment, Lin Ling had already left Yilai and was looking for the second demon. According to the mission, there were 3 demons in the human world. The Tian Snail clan was one of them. As expected, the demon region's methods are different. Lin Ling recalled the previous battle and felt that it was an eye-opener. This trip was not in vain. Your Majesty, compared to humans, the demons have an innate advantage in their innate talents. In terms of martial arts, they are not very good at it. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. But the mission hadn't been difficult. He had easily obtained 100 drops of half-saint's fluid. What? The Tian Snail Clan's demon was killed? Who did it? His strength is so powerful. You have to know that the Heaven Snail Devil Ox race's methods are strange. Many powerful great disciples have died in his hands before. Forget it, I can only look for the other two demons. Along the way, Lin Ling would occasionally come across disciples of other god myths. These disciples were also very strong, with the weakest among them being at the third heaven of the Saint Realm. Their talents were also extremely high. Lin Ling could see that compared to the Seven Emperors' Heaven, Yungu Celestial Stage and Champion University had more disciples. The competition is fierce. Lin Ling knew that there were two more demons, so he had to find them faster than the others. And as he advanced, the other disciples also noticed Lin Ling, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Lin Ling's cultivation realm wasn't the type that would cause others to feel trepidation. Hence, many disciples directly ignored Lin Ling. If they knew that Lin Ling was the person who killed one of the devils, they would surely be extremely jealous. According to the description of the mission, the demons are here. Walking along the edge of the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling came to a stop on a large grassland. The Eye of Time appeared and surveyed the surroundings. Then, the scene around him changed rapidly. Gradually, the figure of a demon appeared. It was a woman in a black robe. Some martial artists saw her here and reported it to the three great legends of the mortal world. I found her. Lin Ling stared ahead and used his time eyes to see where the woman in black clothes had gone. Demons can turn into humans, but it's very difficult for beasts to do that, thought Lin Ling. At the same time, he thought of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was still practicing cultivation in the Z government. He had become much stronger, but he hadn't turned into a human yet. Let's finish the second mission first. Lin Ling chased after the woman. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared in a small village that was isolated from the rest of the world at the borders of the grasslands. Through the Eye of Time, the black-robed woman had vanished. Moreover, to Lin Ling's surprise, the black-robed woman was a member of the Dark Vermilion Butterfly clan. This demon was exactly the same as the 72 demon gods of Lai Qing. It was very likely that the guardian demon gods of Lai Qing originated from this demon race. The village was very quiet. There were only 100 families. What was surprising was that the people here didn't practice martial arts. They were just ordinary people. They herded sheep every day, worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. It was very ordinary and peaceful. Someone is coming. Wow, it's completely different from what I'm wearing. When Lin Ling entered the village, many children in the village chased after Lin Ling and laughed. They were extremely curious about Lin Ling. Hee. Here are some fruits. You can eat them. Lin Ling took out some ordinary fruits and handed them to the children with a smile. Of course, to the children, those were heavenly treasures. They could guarantee that they wouldn't get sick for the rest of their lives. They could even extend their lifespan by dozens of years. Lin Ling's amiability made the villagers have a good impression of him. They enthusiastically explained things to him. Lin Ling said that he was a person who traveled the world. The world was his home and he just happened to pass by here. This explanation was accepted by the villagers. They were also relieved of their worries about Lin Ling. 3 days later, Lin Ling could walk freely in the village. He came to a family in the east of the village. The family was a husband and wife. They had a 6-year-old child. Their life was ordinary but fulfilling. There was laughter every day. The man of the family hunted in the grassland every day. The woman had a good reputation in the village. She was kind and simple. As for the child, he was innocent and naive. When Lin Ling went to visit, the family also warmly received him. It was only when the man of the family went out to hunt that Lin Ling looked at the woman of the family and said, I didn't expect the devil race to like this kind of peaceful life. Obviously, he had found the second devil race person. It was the mistress of the family. Hee, what are you talking about? The mistress was very polite. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The Dark Vermilion Butterfly race can't hide in front of me. Lin Ling also smiled. This sentence immediately caused the mistress's expression to change. She was finally sure that this young man was a disciple of a legend in the human world. He was here to kill her. I only want to live a peaceful life. My husband and son are here. You shouldn't disturb me. The woman changed. Darkness spread out. It was vast and mighty. It was extremely terrifying. You are not my opponent. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't put her in his eyes. With a slash of his sword, a ray of heaven cut through the black devil chi. The woman's expression changed drastically. She knew that she had encountered a powerful disciple of a legend. You want to kill me? The woman's expression was dispirited. She looked at Lin Ling and said, I hope you don't hurt my child and my husband. They don't know that I'm a devil. Every injustice has its perpetrator. If you want to kill, kill me. Chapter 1544. Are you forcing me to slaughter them? Xueqi, I'm back. At this time, the male host came back with a wolf on his back. He was in high spirits. Today's harvest was good. I hunted a gray wolf as soon as I arrived at the grassland. Since there are guests here today, I'll let them eat their fill. Hearing this, the woman's expression changed. She knew that she couldn't escape death, but she didn't want her husband to know that she wasn't human before she died. Because she loved her husband, she loved her home. Then, just as she was about to speak, the male host had already arrived. He looked at Lin Ling and his wife with a strange expression. At this moment, the woman's face turned even paler. Hee, although I'm a guest, how can I do nothing and eat your food for free? So, I'm helping with the fire. However, at this time, Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the woman to tremble. This young man didn't expose her? Haha, guest, there's no need to be so polite. Let my wife help with the fire. The male host laughed and invited Lin Ling to slaughter the wolf together. The woman stood there in a daze, her heart filled with gratitude. At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Hand over your dark vermilion butterfly's heart and I won't interfere in your matters anymore. The dark vermilion butterfly's heart was the foundation of the woman's demonic origin. After handing it over, she wouldn't die, but her strength would be greatly reduced. As for your dark vermilion butterfly's heart, I have to go back and report back. Demons and humans are the same. So, I will help you. No one can kill you. However, I suggest that you and your family leave this place and find another paradise to live in because this place isn't safe. Yes. Lin Ling's voice drifted over again, causing the woman's body to tremble again. She nodded heavily. She knew that this handsome young man didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to interrupt the peaceful life she longed for. At this moment, Lin Ling and the male host were slaughtering the wolf. He smiled. Although the mission was to kill a demon, he felt that this demon wasn't cruel. She stayed in the human world because she wanted to live a peaceful life with her husband and son. So, Lin Ling didn't kill her. As for the mission? In Lin Ling's heart, if he didn't want to kill, then he wouldn't kill. Everything was up to his heart. There was no need to care about missions. As he thought of this, Lin Ling felt his heart of martial arts become even smoother. His soul force also began to slowly rise. Soaring through the heavens and earth, living a carefree life, doing whatever I want. Only then would I not have lived a life in vain. As for good or evil, right or wrong, what does that have to do with me? That night, Lin Ling and the other family members were roasting wolf meat outside the house. Their laughter was endless, and Lin Ling also took out wine. They would not rest until they were drunk. On the Great Prairie, a quiet and lively atmosphere filled the air. And during this process, the woman was filled with gratitude. She had a deep sense of worship towards Lin Ling. This handsome young man could have killed her, but he didn't. Instead, he fulfilled her wish. Hee, it's very lively here. The dark vermilion butterfly is actually together with a human. How rare. As the night gradually darkened, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They all wore the robes of the disciples of the mortal world and sneered at Lin Ling's group on the ground. Obviously, the other strong disciples had also arrived. This sudden change caused the woman's expression to change drastically. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She had already handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly long ago. Her strength was currently weak, but a strong cultivator had arrived at this time. Could it all be a trap? Had the young man next to her come with those people? Had they discussed this beforehand? But she had misunderstood Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. He had taken the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly, so of course he would protect her. Besides, he had already promised not to reveal her identity, so he couldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Piss off before I get angry. Lin Ling spat out as he looked at the sky with his cold eyes. In the sky were the disciples of Champion University and Yun Gu. Lin Ling knew one of them. It was Tian Ming from Yun Gu. Back then, during the Shen ranking list, he had attacked Lin Ling. Tian Ming also saw Lin Ling. He was surprised, but then he smiled coldly. He knew how strong Lin Ling was. He was already as strong as Langya and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but he didn't need to fear him. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had become even stronger after the Shen ranking list battle, he wouldn't have been so confident. You're acting recklessly. You're also a disciple of the mortal world and surprisingly, you're with the evil woman. If people in the mortal world know about this, you'll die 100 times, said Lin Ling. Many disciples were smiling coldly. They had never seen such a crazy person. He was telling them to piss off. Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. She looked at the master of the house and then at the child. She found that there was fear on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. They had no idea that those people were here for their family members. Their family members were not humans, but demons of the devil clan. If you piss off now, you'll still have a chance. If you can't solve the problem, leave here and solve it slowly, said Lin Ling indifferently, taking a deep breath. He didn't attack. He knew that the dark vermilion butterfly wanted to become an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, he didn't want the dark vermilion butterfly to reveal her identity. Shameless boasting. You want to die. The disciples who were looking down on them laughed even louder. Lin Ling was colluding with the devil clan. That was one thing, but now he was constantly threatening them. He simply couldn't see through himself. He seems to be hiding that woman's identity as a demon. Junior brothers, how about we play a game? Said Tian Ming, who had been smiling coldly. His words caused many disciples to react. So that's how it is. What a joke. A mere demon wants to live an ordinary life. This is going against the rules of heaven and earth. But the more he hides, the more we have to expose him. Once he's exposed, I wonder if that woman will be too ashamed to show her face. She definitely will. After deceiving others for so long, they won't believe her anymore. The disciples laughed in schadenfreude. It was as if they had encountered the funniest thing in the world. On the ground, the dark vermilion butterfly bit her lip. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had given up everything for her family, for her husband, for her child. But these people wanted to stop her. One had to know that she hadn't killed a single person since coming to the human world. Are you forcing me to slaughter? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was like a tidal wave. Sometimes, so what if they were demons or humans? The heart was the most important. At least in Lin Ling's eyes, those noble disciples in the sky were more like demons. Young hero Lin, I suspected you before. I'm sorry, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave immediately. Chapter 1545. Do you know how to spell the word death? She knew that Lin Ling was no match for the disciples. After all, they had more people. She didn't want to involve Lin Ling, her husband, and her child. Most importantly, she wanted to escape from this place. She didn't want her husband to see her ugly side. Haha, you want to escape? Can you? Lin Chia, your innate talent is the light of the white old man. You can see through the mysteries of the heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. You will be the one to tear her face apart. At this time, one of the disciples said flatly, Good. A handsome young man walked out and stared at the woman who was trying to escape. His face was extremely indifferent. She-devil, this is the mortal world. For the safety of the mortal world and for the justice of heaven and earth, I will subdue you today. Now kneel down. Buzz buzz buzz. Behind the young man, the white old man appeared. It was like an ancient divine bird that could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. The white old man's cry enveloped the woman, causing her body to tremble. Waves of evil energy spread out from her body. She had handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly that she had cultivated for many years. Her strength was no match for the disciples. No. Lin Ling had already stood up. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could have taken action before, but he couldn't guarantee that the woman's identity wouldn't be exposed in the hands of the disciples. Thus, he had been waiting for a chance to resolve this matter. Everything he did was to prevent the woman from revealing her ugly side in front of her husband and child. However, he had underestimated the disciples' desire to play with others. Ah! On the grassland, the woman let out a painful cry. The evil energy became thicker and thicker, gradually turning into a huge black butterfly. The head of the butterfly was the woman's head. Xueqi, mother. At this moment, the man and the child looked at the dark vermilion butterfly. They knew what was going on. They didn't expect the kind woman to be a monster. I'm sorry, I lied to you. From now on, I will leave this place. The dark vermilion butterfly's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to hide everything, but in the end, she failed. Haha, interesting, this is really interesting. I love to see this kind of scene where an ugly mask is torn off. That she-devil must feel like her heart is being cut by a knife. Lin Chie's white gold light. Not bad. In the sky, all the disciples laughed heartily. They did not expect that they would be able to watch such a good show before completing the mission. The young man with the pulsatilla behind him said humbly, Haha, you flatter me. Demonic creatures are brutal to begin with, so there's no need to be merciful to them. You have to suppress her from the bottom of her heart. Only then can you bring peace to the world. As for Tianming, he was also sneering, but his eyes were looking at Lin Ling with indifference. Lin Ling, you wanted to hide everything before, but now you have failed. In addition, you have colluded with the devil race of the demon region. What do you want to say now? His words attracted the attention of the other disciples and they all sneered. As for Lin Ling, he slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and filled with dense killing intent. 15 people? You want to force me to kill you all? His voice floated out, sword light flashed, and waves appeared on the grassland as if a storm was approaching. Everyone could feel Lin Ling's anger, including the disciples. At this moment, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared. They had the advantage in numbers and were all peerless geniuses of the mortal world, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. How dare you collude with the devil race of the demon region? You still have reason? Which legend are you? Tell me, I will punish you on behalf of the Yungu immortal platform. The young man with the pulsatilla immortal body shouted at this moment. This was also the time for him to show his pride. That's right, no matter which legend he is, break his limbs and bring him back. The other disciples also shouted angrily. Do you know how to write the word death? On the ground, the storm finally arrived. The ancient god sovereign appeared, ruling over the life and death of all things. As the ground trembled, a figure shot into the sky and pounced on the disciples. Do you know how to write the word death? The words were still floating in the minds of the disciples. In the next moment, the young man with the pulsatilla immortal body saw a sword slashing down with unparalleled murderous intent. How dare you? The young man immediately shouted. He had revealed his immortal body, but Lin Ling dared to attack him. This was simply courting death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient sword slashed down with a heaven-burning fury. It shattered the void, and with one slash, both the man and his immortal body were cut into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky like rain. You killed Lin Chia. You dare to kill a disciple of the mortal world? The other disciples narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Die! Lin Ling gave up on attacking and used his physical body to crush them like an ancient god giant. In your dreams, try my sky-breaking hammer, the 6th-ranked heavenly weapon of Shenhuang Dayu. One of the disciples waved his right hand, and a black ancient hammer appeared. It seemed to be a hammer that rang the bell of the heaven and earth, majestic and awe-inspiring. Boom! Lin Ling didn't retreat or dodge. He punched out, and the hammer shattered. The surrounding void also collapsed. As for the disciple, his body shattered like glass, and he exploded from the punch. Without using the martial path of fire, Lin Ling's fist could crush any great law with just his physical body. His physical body was monstrous. Die! Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a state of anger. After killing that disciple with one punch, he immediately pounced on another like a storm, causing the remaining disciples to tremble with fear. This young man was actually so powerful? While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's ancient god sovereign body came crashing down again. It was domineering and majestic, destroying everything in its path. These people were very ugly. The dark vermilion butterfly only wanted to live a peaceful life. She didn't harm anyone, but these disciples played her with arrogance. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see if they knew pain. Die! Boom! He punched again and another disciple died. The remaining disciples were astonished. They were scared, panic-stricken, and even regretted. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be a disciple too, but he was so much stronger than them. None of the disciples could withstand a single punch from him. "I'm a disciple of Champion University," said a disciple anxiously. He wanted to remind Lin Ling what he was doing. He was killing disciples. However, what use was that to remind him? Lin Chie's ancient god sovereign's punch was the answer. Did he know how to write the word die? Chapter 1546. Massacre. Blood rain, broken bones, chaotic spirit chi and heavenly soldiers fell down like rain. It was a ghastly sight. The woman's face froze. She didn't expect the handsome young man to be so strong. He slaughtered all the disciples for her wish. "It's your turn." At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Tian Ming. Out of a dozen disciples, only 2 were left. One of them was Tian Ming. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling in surprise. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after the Xian ranking. His physical talent was simply invincible and could crush everything. He was sure that Lin Ling could be ranked among the top in Langya and Carefree 10 halls. "You killed so many disciples. Do you think you can still live if this news spreads?" Tian Ming said in a low voice. He had sneak attacked Lin Ling during the Xian ranking. So, he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go today. "It's none of my business." Lin Ling stepped on the void like a cruel god of death. He walked towards Tian Ming and the other disciple. According to the rules of the mortal world, disciples were precious and no one could kill them. However, this rule was invalid for Lin Ling. He was magnanimous and killed those who were not pleasing to his eyes because he lived up to his principles and had a clear conscience. Tian Ming and the other disciples' hearts trembled when they saw Lin Ling walking towards them. They wanted to say something but they knew that Lin Ling was frivolous and simply ignored any rules. "Join hands and seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him," Tian Ming whispered to the other disciple. This seemed to be their only chance. Tian Ming's strength was definitely not weak. He was at least on par with the 9 spirits of heaven. However, he was afraid at this moment. This showed how powerful Lin Ling's 5th layer of God-Devil Overlord body was. Of course, in order to reach the 5th layer, Lin Ling had spent a lot of cultivation resources. If it wasn't powerful, Lin Ling wouldn't have practiced this technique. Good. He's very arrogant. Maybe we have a chance. Another youth nodded. A blue water bead appeared in his right hand. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the rootless mother. This was a treasure even rarer than the rootless water. Once used, it was invisible and colorless. It could turn everything within a martial artist's body into liquid, including their soul. "You're too complacent." Dang. The 2 of them looked at each other, and the young man immediately attacked with the rootless mother. This move was like a thunderstorm. No one would be able to react to it in a short period of time. After using the rootless mother, the young man sneered. "Blade of Nirvana." However, even though he was fast, Lin Ling was faster. His soul force was like a small knife as it pierced out. Before the youth could make a move, Lin Ling had already killed his opponent's soul. The youth was still in the posture of wielding the rootless mother, but he was already dead. The youth did not expect that his means would be child's play for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, there were many ways for him to do so. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and walked over. He took the rootless mother from the youth's hand. Then with a punch, he directly smashed the youth's body into pieces. "Do you have any other skills?" Lin Ling looked at Tian Ming and said, "Apart from your powerful physical body, your soul force is also so powerful. You definitely did not use your full strength during the last profound role battle." Tian Ming's body trembled. His final trump card had failed just like that. Then, he looked around. There was no one around except for him. Massacre. Lin Ling had said that he would massacre. Now, it was indeed a massacre. Thinking of this, he was horrified. He did not dare to fight anymore and fled frantically. He did not expect that the price of angering Lin Ling would be so great. Can you escape? Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. In his heart, Tianming was already a dead man. He did not allow him to live. Even great Emperor Yen Luo was not qualified to let him live. No one could stop him. Lin Ling. Rootless mother. The power of 10 universes erupted. Lin Ling threw out the drop of mysterious liquid. The liquid seemed to distort space and shot towards Tianming. No, don't. Lin Ling, wait, I was wrong. Tianming became more and more panicked. He spoke incoherently, but he still could not stop the drop of rootless mother. After the mysterious liquid entered his body, the meridians in his hands and feet quickly melted. He fell from the sky to the ground. Gradually, he was left with only one breath. In fact, if he had not panicked, he would not have been hit so easily. However, Lin Ling's killing god method had completely frightened him, causing him to lose even faster. Of course, that was all he could do. Even if he used his full strength, he was still not Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling also walked down from the sky and arrived in front of Tianming. That crazy killing intent had finally been retracted, but he was still cold. Lin Ling, you have killed so many disciples. You are also dead. If the experts with the title of Xiandi find out, no one can save you. Tianming's face was pale. Before he died, he spoke ruthlessly. Tianming, if you had a fair fight with me and lost, you would not have to die. However, you have touched my reverse scale. Not to mention you, I even dare to kill Xiandi. Lin Ling stepped forward and stepped on Tianming's body. His right hand reached out and grabbed Tianming's neck. Then with a fierce pull, he pulled Tianming's head out from his spine. Blood dripped down, and he threw it to the ground. If you make me unhappy, I even dare to kill sovereigns. If there was a human world legend disciple here, he would definitely be shocked, speechless. Slaughter. Lin Ling really dared to slaughter. More than a dozen disciples were killed, and not a single one escaped. Lin Ling. It was as if there was nothing he did not dare to do. On the other side of the grassland, the male master looked at Lin Ling and was shocked. However, his eyes were mostly looking at the dark vermilion butterfly. However, there was not much respect in his eyes. Some were still looking at his wife. Whether you are a human or a demon, what matters is not the appearance. What matters is the heart. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss the best woman in your life. Lin Ling looked at the man and said indifferently. Then he left. Miss the best woman in my life. The man muttered to himself. He thought back to the time they knew each other, and all the memories. His wife, for him, gave up her life, gave up her identity as a demon, and only wanted to live an ordinary life. In this world with such a bosom friend, what else could he ask for? Xueqi, I don't care who you are. Don't leave me. Even if you are a demon, you will always be my wife. Mother. The man and the child both ran toward the woman. At this moment, the woman was no longer a ferocious demon, but a wife, a mother. At this moment, the dark vermilion butterfly's face was full of tears. She looked at the departing Lin Ling, then turned back into a human and kowtowed heavily. Young hero Lin, I will never forget your kindness. She had handed over her dark vermilion butterfly's heart, and her strength had decreased greatly. When she met the disciples, she thought that she would not be able to escape death. In the end, who knew that a handsome young man she met by chance would fight for her and kill all the disciples, violating the rules of the human world? Chapter 1547. Seeing Jin Yuan and little sister again in the future, he'll definitely reach the top of the human world. Whispered the dark vermilion butterfly. Lin Ling didn't hear those words. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He was heading towards the last demon. If he finished the task, he would be able to go back. He couldn't help but sigh. He had come to kill the demon, but in the end, he had let the demon go. Instead, he had killed the disciples of the human world. If Master Xue Wu and the others had known about that, they would have been astonished. Of course, if Lin Ling could choose again, Lin Ling would still choose to help the dark vermilion butterfly. What? Someone finished the second task? As long as they obtained something from the demon, they could complete the task with a jade plate and go to the 3 myths of the human world. Therefore, many disciples were furious. Who was that bastard? How could he be so fast? There's one more task. I have to go to Xianhuang Daiyu. Many disciples were unhappy and immediately went to Xianhuang Daiyu. Xianhuang Daiyu was in Champion University, so they had the advantage of location. They were the first to find the last demon. The rewards of the 3 myths of the human world were different, but the rewards weren't low. In the 7 Emperors' sky, killing a demon gave 100 drops of half-saint's essence. A drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1,000,000 purity stones. 100 drops was unimaginable. Lin Ling went to the edge of the ocean of disorder. In a small town, many cultivators were walking around. There was a teleportation portal that led directly to Xianhuang Daiyu. The ocean of disorder was terrifying. Only extremely strong cultivators dared cross it. Most cultivators used the ocean of disorder to get to Xianhuang Daiyu. Lin Ling followed the crowd and entered the teleportation array. The martial artists around him were not disciples. Clearly, there were very few disciples in the 7 Emperors' heavens. There were not many people who had accepted this mission, so the disciples Lin Ling met were mostly from other myths and legends. A bizarre glow enveloped his entire body, and after an incense's time, that feeling finally disappeared. Sweeping his gaze around, he realized that he was already in Xianhuang Daiyu. Xianhuang Daiyu. Here the air was fresher, the sky was blue, and the white clouds were leisurely floating in the sky. It gave people a relaxed and happy feeling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. After arriving at this world, it was the first time he'd left the Black Canopy territory and arrived at another ancient and enormous place. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked up at the sky and the white clouds. Unknowingly, he'd been fighting in this world for many years, and sometimes, it made him feel as if he was a member of this world. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. Once we enter Jianghu, time passes quickly. While talking and laughing about the imperial hegemony, it was nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling gave a carefree smile. A jug of wine appeared, followed by the ancient sword. He slowly walked forward. At this moment, he had experienced many ups and downs, so he was even more carefree. According to this mission, someone had encountered a demon in Xianhuang Daiyu. Therefore, Lin Ling also went to that place. Soon after, the Eye of Time appeared. He quietly watched, searching for the demon that had disappeared in time. Lin Ling was at the side of a large lake. Those that had passed by the lake were all in his eyes. Now that Lin Ling's soul force had greatly increased, the speed at which he saw time had also increased. After a long time, he was stunned for a moment and then revealed a meaningful smile. He hadn't expected that the last demon would be someone he knew. It was the Yen from the ancient tomb of the Rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw 2 familiar faces. They were the Jin siblings. Not long before, Lin Ling had gone to the ghost region to practice. At the beginning, the Jin siblings had formed a team. He vaguely remembered that Jin Sha's territory was very big. She often attracted unnecessary trouble. And now that was indeed the case. In Lin Ling's Eye of Time, he saw that the Jin siblings were in trouble again. It's on the way, I'll help them. All right. Lin Ling hurriedly moved towards the south. In his Eye of Time, Yen was also heading towards the south. It seemed that the Jin clan was there. At that moment, 10,000 li away from the Jin clan, in a dense forest, the Jin siblings were stopped by a few young men. Those young men were wearing the robes of Champion University. They had obscene and evil smiles on their faces. They were staring at Jin Sha. Hee, I wouldn't have thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in Xianhuang Daiyu. She has a very good figure. She's very attractive. Those young men were smiling evilly. They had also accepted missions to go to the human world. Then they had seen Jin Sha and were attracted to her. I'll give you a chance. Tonight, stay with us. If we're in a good mood, maybe we'll give you some precious materials, said the leader of the group. He had acne all over his face and was playing with his nails. You're dreaming. How could Champion University have scum like you? Humph. As expected, most of the disciples are trash, said Jin Sha. Under an ancient tree, the Jin siblings coldly stared at them. Jin Sha shouted in her delicate voice. In Xianhuang Daiyu, Champion University was gigantic, so they had many disciples. Of the 3 legendary cultivators of the human world, they had the most disciples. Of course, Champion University had different levels. Not every disciple was famous. No matter how much trash you are, You're still better than people like you. The acne young man groaned icily. Those two people dared question them. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't give us face, don't blame us for being violent. Besides, I'm sure you won't accept it. You want to report it to Champion University, but I can tell you that if you report it to Champion University, you'll suffer. Then we'll say that you're a slut who tried to seduce us, and we rejected you, said Lin Feng. Said the disciples icily. The Jin siblings ground their teeth. Those disciples were taking advantage of their position to bully people. Even though they were angry, they couldn't do anything. They weren't as strong as the disciples, otherwise, they would have been in Champion University already. Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, long time no see. At this moment, a chuckle came from the forest. A black-robed young man slowly walked out from the dense forest. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his spirit was trembling. He held a wine pot in his hand, giving off a free and easy feeling. Who are you? The disciples frowned. That guy didn't know how to appreciate favors. Surprisingly, he had interrupted them. It was Lin Ling. He smiled and didn't look at the disciples. He looked at the Jin siblings and said, Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Do you still remember me? Yes. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling. You're still alive. Jin Yuan and Jin Sha were astonished at first, but then they were overjoyed. They had thought that Lin Ling had died in the ghost region. Who would have thought that he was still alive? Jin Sha was especially excited. Her breasts were bouncing up and down. She was blushing. I'm so happy to see you. I want to go to the Jin dynasty. Do you have time to show me the way? Lin Ling was still smiling. He was a little happy to see his former teammate. That's not difficult. We're going back anyway. Where are they? Chapter 1548. The Jin clan's dynasty them? If you don't want to die, piss off. Piss off, Lin Ling said without even looking at those disciples. His eyes were a little cold. How aggressive. Piss off. Jin Yuan took a deep breath. Lin Ling was telling them to piss off? Your Excellency, how audacious. Tell me your name, otherwise, you'll never be able to leave here. Piss off. The disciples were enraged and their murderous intent intensified. This was the first time they had been ignored like this since they had become disciples. You think you're qualified to know my name? Since you want to die, I'll help you. With that, he stretched out his left hand, within which appeared the Flame Dragon King. Then he gently slapped out. Fire Dragon King's world, shouted the Fire Dragon. The forest turned into a sea of fire. Cosmic energies exploded. The disciples who had thought they were unexcelled in the world shrieked in agony. Then they were burned to death. They couldn't block Lin Ling's fire. It was obvious that Champion University didn't recruit disciples very well, so the quality of the disciples wasn't very high. They weren't any worse than the 7 emperors. How strong! Those disciples were cultivators of the 3rd Shang-Chi layer and he killed them all in one attack. Piss off! Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become so strong after the trip to the ghost region. A few insignificant disciples, that's all, said Lin Ling, shaking his head and smiling. He didn't look arrogant at all. Oh no, one of them has the blood of one of the 5 great kings. If the 5 great kings know about that, they'll come and kill us. Suddenly, Gold Ingot said worriedly. If it weren't for the fact that one of those disciples had a powerful background, he wouldn't have been so afraid. Don't worry. If trouble comes, I'll just kill them all, said Lin Ling. He didn't care. The 5 great kings of Shenhuang Dayu were at the same level as Xi Liang and Ba Zhu. Lin Ling couldn't win against them, but they couldn't kill him easily either. Therefore, he didn't need to fear them. Besides, the 5 great kings couldn't come personally because of an insignificant blood. Therefore, if the 5 great kings sent other disciples, they would die. Slaughter them all? The Jin siblings looked at each other, their hearts beating violently. Of course, they didn't believe Lin Ling's words. They only thought that Lin Ling was confident. By the way, what happened to the Jin dynasty? Lin Ling didn't dwell on that topic and asked what he wanted to know. How do you know that something has happened to our Golden Armor Empire? But it's true. A month ago, an expert came to our Jin Empire and domineeringly dominated everything. He wanted to unify our Jin Empire. That expert is extremely powerful. Currently, our Jin Empire is also in danger. Jin Yuan frowned. Lin Ling laughed. That so-called expert should be Yen. But Yen was very smart. He did not reveal his identity as a devil, but went to the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist. Otherwise, the three great legends of the mortal world would have already come to kill him. As for ruling the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist, the three great legends of the mortal world obviously wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Just like the heaven and earth ceremony in Xueqi province, there was the fall of an ancient dynasty and the rise of a new dynasty. The seven emperors' world wouldn't care about this kind of thing. As for the purpose of Yen, he should have sensed the danger and wanted to hide, so he went to the Jin dynasty. I'll help you deal with that expert, but this news can't be spread. Lin Ling pondered. He wanted to complete the mission before the other disciples arrived. Moreover, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before a powerful disciple would arrive at the Jin dynasty and kill Yen. Therefore, he had to be faster than those disciples. All right. The Jin siblings immediately laughed. It would be great if Lin Ling could solve this matter. After that, Lin Ling followed the Jin siblings to the Jin dynasty. On the way, Lin Ling also learned that Yen had arrived at the Jin dynasty a month ago and made a bet with the current emperor of the Jin dynasty. As long as the Jin dynasty defeated Yen in 3 battles, Yen would immediately leave. If Yen won, the Jin dynasty would belong to Yen. So far, the emperor of the Jin dynasty had already attacked and returned in defeat, so there were still 2 more battles. The Jin dynasty was a relatively ordinary expert in Xueqi province. The emperor was only a Saint Realm 3rd layer, so he couldn't stop Yen. That guy's strength has increased. Lin Ling secretly thought. It was a pity that Yen wanted to hide in the Jin dynasty, but he didn't know that the other great disciples had their eyes on him. The Jin dynasty wasn't safe either. After a long time, they arrived at the Jin dynasty. The country here wasn't big, only 2 million people. The city was ancient, like a small country outside the world. Greetings, Prince Jin. Greetings, Princess. The Jin siblings were of the emperor's bloodline, so they brought Lin Ling to the imperial palace. The imperial palace was heavily guarded and full of etiquette. It had the majesty of the imperial family. After stepping into the imperial palace, Lin Ling saw the statue of the subduing dragon sitting in the depths of the imperial palace, exuding a mysterious aura. However, after Lin Ling's soul force quietly checked, he found that it was the corpse of a dragon. Even so, it was still majestic. No wonder Yen chose this place. It turned out that he wanted to use the dead dragon's corpse to cultivate and increase his strength. The Jin dynasty's emperor also received news that the Jin siblings had returned with helpers. So, all the officials of the imperial palace went to the imperial palace and waited there quietly. After a while, Lin Ling and the other 2 appeared in the splendid imperial palace. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place. This Jin dynasty had a long history. The furnishings in the imperial palace were more than 1,000 years old. It must be an imperial palace with tens of thousands of years of history. Greetings, imperial father, imperial mother. The Jin siblings looked like warriors on the outside, but inside the imperial palace, they had a noble temperament. They bowed one after another. Rise. The imperial palace's emperor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had the dignity of a gentleman without being angry. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Previously, Jin Yuan said that he had brought back an expert who could solve the current crisis of the Jin dynasty. However, looking at the young man now, it seemed that he was only a 3rd heaven saint. He was not as strong as he had imagined. After all, he was also a 3rd heaven saint. However, he still lost to Yen. Therefore, he did not think highly of Lin Ling. How dare you not kneel in front of His Majesty? At this moment, a graceful and gorgeous woman shouted angrily. She wore a phoenix crown on her head and looked like a mother of the world. She was the current imperial empress of the Jin dynasty. How dare you look down on His Majesty? Servants, 300 lashes. Prince Jin Yuan, the person you brought back is too unruly. He dares to not kneel in front of the emperor. What a scandal! The civil and military officials were also angry. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. He neither knelt nor spoke. This was equivalent to insulting the Jin dynasty. Kneel? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had come to help the Jin dynasty this time. Who knew that these people would want him to kneel? One should know that in Xianpeng province, not to mention the emperor, even the emperors of the major countries had to kneel in front of him. Even the venerables were no exception. However, this insignificant Jin dynasty wanted him to kneel? They simply did not know what they were doing. Imperial Mother. He was invited by Imperial Brother and me. He is not an outsider. Chapter 1549. Jin E Crown Prince. So what if you invited him? Everybody has to kneel in front of the emperor. If you don't kneel, it means you don't understand etiquette, shouted the empress furiously. She frowned and stared at Jin Sha. Jin Sha wasn't her daughter, and she wasn't the empress of the previous generation. You're so powerful and dignified, but why can't you do anything when your country is in trouble? Said Lin Ling indifferently. What he meant was obvious. The emperor was so powerful, the Jin dynasty was so dignified, but why couldn't they solve the problem of Yen? Since they couldn't do anything, what was the point of pretending? How audacious! As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the civil and military officials all shouted angrily. What an arrogant junior! According to me, this boy has no respect for anybody, he should be beheaded, said a minister bowing respectfully to the emperor. No, shouted Jin Sha anxiously. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He had come to help, and because he didn't kneel, he should be beheaded? Ridiculous! How ridiculous! At that moment, the emperor looked at Lin Ling indifferently. When he saw that Lin Ling didn't look scared, he waved his hand and said, "It's an emergency, you don't have to be polite." It seemed like he didn't care about Lin Ling's mistakes, but he still maintained his dignity. However, he didn't know that in Lin Ling's eyes, the emperor was just a nobody. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have crushed the emperor already. Let me ask you, are you a student of Champion University? Asked the emperor indifferently. I'm not, said Lin Ling straightforwardly. If Lin Ling had been a student of Champion University, they would have bowed to him respectfully. However, he wasn't a student of Champion University either. Why was he so arrogant? Why was he so arrogant? I came here for one purpose, to help Jin Yuan and his sister, to solve the problem you can't solve, said Lin Ling calmly. Something that you guys can't solve? That's just sarcastic. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. All the civil and military officials were furious, but His Majesty did not say anything, so they endured it for the time being. Where did you get the confidence to defeat that outsider? His Majesty asked with a frown. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I can solve this. Lin Ling did not give him any face because the current emperor could not put down his pride and speak in a high and mighty manner. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give him any face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can solve it just because you say so? You should know that if you lose in these 3 matches, we will present someone else as king. Could it be that we want to waste such a precious chance on you? A cold snort suddenly resounded. Outside the hall, a young man in a golden robe strode in with large strides. He walked with a majestic gait with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be moving slowly, but he arrived before everyone in just a few steps. Ear! Prince Jin E. The whole hall remained silent for a few seconds and then people started shouting. That person was the great prince of the Jin clan, the son of the empress. The most important thing was that he was also a student of Champion University. He was the second strongest cultivator of the Jin clan, second only to His Majesty. Of course that was in the past, but now he had surpassed His Majesty. He was a dragon amongst men. You're back. His Majesty showed a kind and amiable smile, and so did the Empress. The young man bowed respectfully. Everybody was looking at him in awe and respect. Compared to Jin Yuan and his sister, the young man was obviously more valued and had a higher status. Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, how dare you? After Jin Yi bowed, he glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, his gaze landed on Jin Yuan and his sister. His attitude was extremely cold, as if he was the king above the siblings. They had the same father but different mothers, so they had no feelings for each other. Otherwise, Jin Yuan and his sister would not have gone out so often. They rarely stayed in the Golden Armor dynasty. Important matters of the country are of the utmost importance. You just brought a random person back and you want to manage everything? If you waste 3 chances, can you bear the consequences? The Jin clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, and if it falls in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? Said the young man furiously. Jin Yuan and his sister frowned. They didn't know what to say because they couldn't guarantee that Lin Ling would win. You're a cultivator of the 3rd Saint layer, but I've never seen you in Champion University. You're obviously not a student. You're not a student and yet you're so arrogant. You don't even kneel down in front of the emperor. What crime have you committed? Said the young man to Lin Ling, the emperor. Are you talking about the strongest emperor in the human world? Or do you think that the Jin clan is stronger than the 3 myths? Said Lin Ling, smiling icily. He wasn't afraid at all. As soon as these words came out, the young man's domineering aura seemed to deflate. He was struck speechless by Lin Ling's words. Of course he didn't dare say anything. After all, the Jin clan was just a small country. They couldn't compete with the 3 myths of the human world. If he dared say anything, the next day, he would be destroyed. Besides, I'm not a student of Champion University, but I came here to help Jin Yuan and his sister. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to talk to me? If you're really that strong, why don't you solve your own problems? Humph. You're a dignified crown prince. You're a disgrace. When Lin Ling didn't say anything, he looked indifferent, but when he spoke, he was like a sword. The crown prince pulled a long face again. In the imperial palace, the emperor and the empress pulled long faces. That young man was too arrogant. I came here to solve my problems, but can you solve them? After the young man was enraged, he took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lin Ling. You have 3 chances to compete. How could you let a piece of trash compete? If you want to compete, you have to be strong enough. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying great law appeared. The young man's palm caused the surroundings to distort. The square white jade bricks on the ground were actually distorted into irregular shapes under the influence of the great law of his palm force. Obviously, his talent was extremely powerful. Your Majesty, that's a vibration type of talent. Because of vibration, the earth and the sky are distorted. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded. He had come into contact with the power of vibration many times. Most of the time, things around him would be shaken into pieces. But it was rare for things to be shaken out of shape. But Lin Ling was just curious. He didn't need to be scared. Lin Ling didn't move. He just stood there like a pine tree and threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. The fist collided with the palm and a strong wind swept out. Many people couldn't stand still and fell down on their butts. After Jin Yi's attack, he floated back. His eyes were filled with surprise. He nodded lightly and said, "You can block 50% of my strength. You are quite capable. You are stronger than Jin Yuan and his sister. You are qualified to represent the Jin dynasty in this battle." The crowd was astonished. Was that ordinary-looking young man really that strong? It should be known that in the current Jin dynasty, only His Majesty could withstand 50% of Crown Prince Jin Yi's strength. Chapter 1550. The Mysterious Cultivator, 50%. Sorry, I only used 10%. At this time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, causing the entire dynasty to become silent. Everyone felt as if they had been slapped in the face because Lin Ling was looking down on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was astonished and said coldly, "You're really good at talking. Even if you die, you won't admit defeat." He didn't believe Lin Ling at all. He thought that Lin Ling could block his attack with his full strength. 10% of his strength was just a dream. Enough bullshit. Let's go and see the loser. If you win, you can be proud. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow, said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He then left the palace. How arrogant. That strong cultivator is mysterious. He's extremely strong. He's overestimating himself and calling himself a loser. He doesn't understand himself. Besides, if he wins, the Crown Prince will kowtow. Who does he think he is? Shouted the ministers furiously. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He was looking down on the dynasty. Even His Majesty frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted over again. I've won. Not only the crown prince, but even an incapable ruler like you will have to kowtow and apologize. You! This time, all the people of the Jin dynasty were infuriated. Haha, good, you're courageous. But if I defeat that senior, not only will you have to kowtow, but you'll also have to die as an apology. This is the punishment for violating the dignity of the Jin dynasty. Jin He waved his hand to stop the others from getting angry and said confidently, Little E, do you think you can win? That strong cultivator is extremely strong. Father, you lost in 3 attacks. If he didn't want people to die, the Jin clan would have been destroyed already, said the emperor to the crown prince. Father, I'm studying cultivation in Champion University. I've been to Shenyuan and Shenpeng province. I'm so strong that I'm about to enter the 10 temples of Langya. That strong cultivator can't compete with me. Crown Prince Jin E nodded confidently. The others immediately laughed. As expected of the crown prince, his strength had already surpassed the current emperor. They naturally knew what the Langya 10 palace halls were. It was said that they were extremely powerful existences in Shenpeng province, and those who were half a step into that realm were extremely rare even in Shenhuangdayu. The crown prince is indeed a genius among geniuses. In time, Shenhuangdayu will definitely belong to the crown prince. The crown prince of our Jin family dynasty is a dragon among men. Who in the world can compare to him? Look, Jin Yuan and his sister, the son of the previous empress, are like the light of a grain of rice. They can't compare to the crown prince at all. The civil and military officials praised him respectfully. Jin Yuan and his sister snorted coldly and left with large strides. These people did not treat them as members of the Jin clan at all, which made them feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the main hall, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. Naturally, he had heard the words in the palace. He smiled disdainfully and said to Jin Yuan and his sister, I was wondering who this crown prince Jin E was and how powerful he was. It turns out that he is just a kitten and a puppy. For Lin Ling, Crown Prince Jin E was half a step into the Langya 10 palace halls. He was indeed a kitten and a puppy because Lin Ling was already at the top of the Langya 10 palace halls. Kitten and a puppy? In the magnificent main hall, everyone's respectful praise was instantly extinguished as if cold water had been poured over them. Everyone's face was ferocious. Inform the expert to go to the imperial field. His Majesty shouted angrily. Immediately, someone went to invite the mysterious expert. The crowd also left the main hall and walked towards the imperial field. It was a vast square that was usually used to train soldiers. However, at this moment, there were imperial guards in black armor all around. They were majestic and awe-inspiring, displaying the majesty of the imperial family. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister. Many civil and military officials looked at Lin Ling and suddenly became proud. It was as if Lin Ling could see the majesty of the Jin clan's imperial family, Lin Ling would know the power of the Jin clan and feel inferior. Unfortunately, Lin Ling glanced at them and shook his head lightly. No wonder a mere yen couldn't deal with them. They are all a group of people who are outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Those majestic imperial guards were simply not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. If his subordinate, the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, was here, they could wipe out this place in an incense stick's time. That guy is so arrogant. His words can anger people to death. If it weren't for a national matter, he would have been punished long ago. Many civil and military officials heard Lin Ling's words and felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. This was because Lin Ling's evaluation of the Jin clan's imperial guards was outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Lin Ling ignored them. In his mind, he was thinking about Yen. Although this guy was overbearing and arrogant, he was also open and upright. This was because Yen could completely flatten this place, but Yen didn't. Instead, he openly seized this place, using 3 chances to seize it. Compared to the Jin clan's imperial court, Lin Ling felt that Yen made him feel more comfortable. Are you finally ready? At this moment, a voice finally rang out. Under countless gazes, a man in a black cloak strode over. His strength reached the heavens and the earth. After seeing him, many people's hearts inexplicably trembled. Even the current His Majesty had a look of awe on his face, as though he was looking at the arrival of an ancient almighty. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at that person with a look of mockery. Mister, according to the agreement, there are 2 more battles. I hope we can win and you can keep your promise, said His Majesty indifferently, taking a deep breath. Everyone could hear the reverence in his voice. Obviously, he had lost to the mysterious person, which made His Majesty very wary of the other party. Don't worry, I'm not a good person, but I'll keep my promise. That mysterious person stopped and coldly spat out a sentence. He stood in the middle of the stage, looking like a giant. Who will go up for the second battle? I'm the Crown Prince of Xueqi. I'm from Champion University. I hope we can have a great battle, said the Crown Prince of Xueqi at that moment. The crowd was cheering for him, as if they could already see him winning. The Crown Prince of Xueqi didn't disappoint. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring, neither arrogant nor humble. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please, you're too weak. I'll finish you in 3 attacks." However, what infuriated Crown Prince Xueqi was that the mysterious man didn't take him seriously at all. He stepped on him with a single sentence. The crowd stopped cheering. They were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only hope that the Crown Prince of Xueqi would win. Time is limited. I'll attack first. The mysterious person didn't care about the crowd's mood. He didn't care about the Crown Prince's prestige either. Boom, boom, boom. An incredible oppressive force invaded the atmosphere. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and blocked everybody's view. They couldn't see what was going on. Then, a loud sound spread in the air. It sounded like 2 gigantic rocks colliding. You're not afraid of my natural talents? You're talented, but your understanding of martial arts is too weak. Practice cultivation for a few more years. Chapter 1551. He admitted defeat. Gradually, the dark clouds began to disperse. After the clouds dispersed, the crowd was astonished. The mysterious cultivator in the cloak was stepping on Xueqi. Xueqi's face was deathly pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked like a defeated dog. I said 3 attacks, but in fact, I defeated you in 2 attacks. I thought the students of Champion University would be even stronger, but I was disappointed. A disdainful voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. It was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. Their hope, the #1 genius of Dynasty, the dragon among men in their hearts, had been defeated in 2 moves. He had lost in a humiliating way. The mysterious cultivator had stepped on him like a defeated dog. This drastic change was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination, and it shattered the only hope in their hearts. I haven't lost. Xueqi wanted to amaze the crowd, but he had lost so quickly. How could he accept that? Fwap! The mysterious cultivator stepped on him and he coughed up blood. He had lost. 1 more battle. Who will fight? Your Majesty? Asked the mysterious cultivator indifferently. His Majesty's heart was pounding. He smiled wryly and said, I can't compete with a strong cultivator. He looked at the mysterious cultivator in awe. The atmosphere became even calmer. I'll fight then. However, the silence did not last long. A faint voice suddenly drifted out. Lin Ling, enter the stage. Young man again. I'm afraid it'll be 3 attacks again, said the mysterious cultivator in a cloak, glancing at Lin Ling. Long time no see. You're more confident than before. I remember the last time I defeated you. You looked like a defeated dog. Lin Ling smiled and said as he walked. Back then, when Yen escaped from the old tomb, he happened to run into Lin Ling. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Ling and fled like a stray dog. Defeated dog? The mysterious cloaked man finally looked at Lin Ling, and his pupils constricted. How could he not recognize Lin Ling? That was the god of evil, who had been suppressing him all his life. How could this god of evil appear here? You'll defeat me in 3 attacks. I can't wait. Come. Lin Ling said again. Why is it you? You vengeful spirit, why do you keep pestering me? What do you want? Shockingly, the mysterious cloaked figure was Yen. At this moment, he was panicking, and his voice was filled with nervousness. How could this be? The people around were all dumbfounded. It should be known that the mysterious man was as indifferent as the clouds in the sky in front of His Majesty. He spoke condescendingly, but when he met the young man, he actually panicked. Was this a dream? This kind of treatment was like heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. What do I want to do? Of course it's you. Lin Ling had already arrived at the emperor stage and spoke with a faint smile. He stood there just like that, his long hair dancing in the wind, the ancient sword behind him. Even if the heavens collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. I admit defeat. I don't want the Jin dynasty anymore. I can't offend you, but can't I hide from you? Yan was stupefied. He initially wanted to fight to the death, but when he saw Lin Ling's cold eyes, he didn't want to fight anymore. Lin Ling used to be a terrifying cultivator, but now that a long time had passed, he had probably become much stronger. Yan couldn't compete with him anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. This time, the crowd felt disgusted, as if they had just eaten a fly. The third battle was won, and there was no intense battle. On the contrary, the mysterious man they respected had admitted defeat. Just like the young man had said, the mysterious man looked like a stray dog in front of him. They looked at Prince Xueqi again. He looked like a dog that had lost its home. Was that a noble student of Champion University? One of them had lost in 2 attacks. One was to intimidate the opponent into admitting defeat. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak. Master, how could you admit defeat? Shouted the Crown Prince Xueqi furiously. Shut up. I don't admit defeat. Do you want me to die? Shouted Yan furiously. He stomped the Crown Prince Xueqi into the ground. The Crown Prince Xueqi ground his teeth. He had lost face. Why was the mysterious man so cruel to him? And why was he so respectful to the young man? Why was that? Admit defeat? You're smart, but I'm sorry, I came here to kill you, said Lin Ling nodding. He wasn't surprised that the Crown Prince had admitted defeat. You want to kill me? How could you be so cruel? Don't you know that since I met you, I haven't had a good life? You've taken everything good from me. What else do you want? Yan couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he roared furiously with a tone that carried an aggrieved tone. It was as if he'd been forced into a corner by Lin Ling. Many people could even vaguely hear that she was sobbing. This thought caused everyone to hold their breaths. Was that young man really so terrifying? Suddenly, they remembered that they wanted the young man to kneel before His Majesty. But His Majesty didn't have the right to do that. Well, I'll spare your life today since you're from my hometown. Also, I'll tell you that you have to leave this place immediately because a large number of experts will come to kill you soon, said Lin Ling with a sigh. He didn't want to kill him. Yan was stunned when he heard this, and his heart trembled. In the past few years, he'd been pursued by a large number of experts, and he'd almost died on numerous occasions. So, he knew that numerous experts in the mortal dimension wanted him dead. Yet now, Lin Ling could kill him yet hadn't, and Lin Ling had instead given him a way out and even warned him. This caused him to feel that he'd misjudged Lin Ling. Of course, leave your treasures behind. I can sense that you have a mysterious treasure. However, gratitude had just arisen in Yan's heart when Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out once more, and it caused Yan's pupils to focus while he roared furiously in his heart. You're still a maleficent existence. All right, this is the myriad form manatee mushroom I obtained with great difficulty. It's capable of allowing demon beasts to take human form. It's yours. I only have this treasure, and I don't have anything else, said Yan angrily. Besides the myriad form manatee mushroom, you still have 3 drops of half-saint true liquid. You probably obtained them from annihilating the disciples of the mortal world. Hand them all over, said Lin Ling indifferently. Maleficent! 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 Devil! Yan roared furiously in his heart. This little maleficent existence has a very sharp sense of smell, and it's causing me to lose my life again. He felt aggrieved and depressed in his heart, so he could only hand over those treasures. After Lin Ling received them, he glanced at the horizon and said, Leave immediately. Head east. Remember that you can only go in that direction. If you still can't leave after the time for an incense stick to burn, then you'll be surrounded and killed by experts. Obviously, Lin Ling had sensed that a large number of experts were rushing over. Yan's body trembled. His life was at stake, and he put away his depression and grievance. He glanced gratefully at Lin Ling before leaving immediately. All right, the soul of the ancient flame devil that was with you in the old tomb last time is currently in the demon realm. Yan hesitated for a moment before he said this piece of news. At the same time he snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I'll be grateful to you just because you helped me this time. Let me tell you, once I'm strong enough, I'll be the first to kill you." Chapter 1552. He relied on his strength. In fact, Yen was very grateful to Lin Ling, but his pride made him unable to express his gratitude. In addition, his hatred for Lin Ling was very strong. Lin Ling was his nemesis. In the past, the ancient flame devil and the Xueqi king were taken away. Today, even the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom was taken away. Everything made him feel grateful and resentful at the same time. In the end he left. Lin Ling didn't bother about the departing Yen. He was pondering over the words of Yen. The soul of the ancient flame devil was in the devil region, and that soul was none other than Gu Zhantian, his elder brother who had helped him many times in the past and even saved his life once. Great! Brother Zhantian is not dead yet. What is this strange treasure? After a moment of surprise, Lin Ling took out the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom and looked at it carefully. This monkey head mushroom was as big as a fist, and there were golden hairs on its surface. It looked like a monkey's head. "Your Majesty, this is a rare treasure that can only be found in the devil area. Its effect is to transform. Even an ordinary demonic beast can transform into a human after consuming it." Elder Z was pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. If even an ordinary demonic beast could transform into a human, this treasure was indeed rare. "I can give it to Little Flame." Lin Ling couldn't help but be happy. Although he didn't complete the last mission, the treasure he obtained was more valuable than 100 drops of half-saint's essence. Therefore, letting Yen go was not a loss for him. The mission is finally completed. I can go back now. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling walked towards the Jin siblings. After chatting for a while, he was about to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Unknowingly, Prince Genie had stood up and stared coldly at Lin Ling. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. "You can't leave. You have to explain something." Prince Genie took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted and vibrating force spread out. "That's right. There are some things that we don't understand. You have to explain it." At this moment, His Majesty, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling could scare off the mysterious man. After all, if Lin Ling fought with a mysterious man and suppressed him with his tyrannical strength, they would be convinced. However, before Lin Ling showed anything, the mysterious man admitted defeat and ran away, which made them very confused. "Don't go too far." Hearing His Majesty and the Crown Prince's words, Jin Sha couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling had helped the Jin family's dynasty, but no one thanked him. Instead, they wondered how Lin Ling had succeeded. Wasn't it too much to ask Lin Ling? This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now." His Majesty waved his hand to stop Jin Sha from talking. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "What is your relationship with the mysterious man? Why did he listen to you and answer me?" His Majesty's last sentence was filled with anger and the majesty of the Son of Heaven. Lin Ling felt amused in his heart. These fellows spoke humbly and respectfully before Yen. Yet they put on the dignified airs of an emperor before me. Could it be that they don't know that Yen is afraid of me precisely because he's afraid of my strength? "You're just a third heaven saint, the same realm as me. However, you're not a disciple of the Battle King. So, what did you do to that senior to make him afraid of you? By the way, I heard you say that an expert had arrived and asked that senior to leave immediately. You must have used a trick to scare him off." Crown Prince Genie pondered for a moment and said indifferently as if he had guessed something. "Do you want to know why the mysterious man left?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "Nonsense!" Crown Prince Genie shouted coldly. The civil and military officials frowned. This was a question that they already knew the answer to. "Then I'll tell you." Lin Ling nodded again. He took a step forward and twisted the space. In an instant, he appeared in front of Crown Prince Genie and punched out with the ancient god's sovereign fist. It was as if a monarch had descended upon the world. Crown Prince Genie's expression changed drastically. How dare this young man attack him, the Crown Prince? How dare you provoke the imperial family? Do you want to be executed? His Majesty shouted angrily. What a bold junior! Crown Prince, kill him! The civil and military officials shouted angrily. Since the young man arrived, he had ignored the imperial family's majesty, which made them unhappy with Lin Ling. Needless to say, Crown Prince Genie's killing intent was also strong. How dare you attack me? You're too inexperienced. Xingtian seal. He struck out with his palm. A strange and majestic power erupted from his palm and twisted the space. It was extremely powerful. However, although his palm was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Ling. Boom! The fist and the palm collided. The force of 10 universes exploded. It was as if a lonely mountain had smashed down. Under the force of the punch, Crown Prince Genie's palm was twisted like a fried dough twist. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, Lin Ling's fist turned into a claw in mid-air. It broke through the space, grabbed Crown Prince Genie's neck, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. It was as if an endless mountain had crashed to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. Crown Prince Genie spat out blood. His bones were broken and he was buried in the ground. Only his head was left outside. That's how you made the mysterious man leave. At the same time, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. That's how he made it. They finally understood that Lin Ling relied on his strength. Crown Prince Genie was defeated by the mysterious man in 2 moves. However, Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. That was the gap between them. Moreover, the mysterious man left because he was afraid of the young man's strength. At that moment everybody understood. Suddenly, everybody remembered that in the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Genie had said that he had only used 50% of his strength. The young man had said that he had only used 10% of his strength. It seemed like that was the case. Because when the young man had used his full strength, Crown Prince Genie had been defeated. Your cultivation level is the same as Little Yi's. Why are you so strong? You should know that Little E is a student of Champion University, said His Majesty, frowning. He was astonished. You're talking to me again? Said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He jumped up and grabbed His Majesty's dragon robe. Then, he smashed His Majesty into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked again. His Majesty was smashed into the ground. Only his head was left outside. His face was covered in dust. He looked miserable. The eyes of the surrounding civil and military officials narrowed. Their Majesty had been defeated in 1 move? Lin Ling stepped on His Majesty's head and said, I remember you said that if someone made the mysterious man leave, the others would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. I won, so I didn't ask you to kneel down. You want me to stay? But you're so majestic and noble. What did you ask me before? Now, tell me again. Lin Ling wanted to see His Majesty's reply. He wanted to see how His Majesty would respond. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have already attacked him in the palace. You! His Majesty was furious. He was shaking from head to toe. Chapter 1553. Chapter 2 Tai Moli, what did you ask me before? Speak. Lin Ling shouted again. He wanted His Majesty to answer him personally in front of everyone. Ignorant child. How dare you violate my dignity? You're dead. His Majesty said with a gloomy face. Dignity? Your Jin dynasty couldn't solve the problem, but I helped you solve it. It's fine if you're not grateful, but now you want me to die? Do you have the strength? Go to hell. Lin Ling's smile was extremely evil. Even at this time, the king still couldn't see through him. Then, he would fulfill his wish. Wait, I was wrong. Sensing Lin Ling's strong murderous intent, His Majesty anxiously shouted. He felt pain and shame in his heart. This is the Son of Heaven? With such courage and strength, show your imperial might in front of me. At this time, Lin Ling didn't attack and spoke indifferently. The hearts of the surrounding civil and military officials exploded. How shameful was that? His Majesty and the Crown Prince were no match for this young man, yet they were thick-skinned enough to question the young man with their superior status. They even wanted the young man to kneel. They were simply overestimating themselves and asking for humiliation. Lin Ling is stronger than we thought. At this moment, Jin Yuan and his sister did not sympathize with His Majesty. Instead, they felt elated. After all, their father had never treated them as his own children. He had repeatedly compared them to the crown prince and even called them trash. He had often displayed His Majesty as if he were the #1 emperor in the world. And now, this first son of heaven was begging for mercy and was being buried underground. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth, and they were naturally able to vent their anger. Of course, they were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Looks like Lin Ling is hiding his trump card, Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling seemed to be a Saint Realm 3rd layer, but his immortal physique was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the crown prince and His Majesty. Of course, their guess was not wrong. However, they did not know that Lin Ling had more than one hidden trump card. Is it here? At this moment, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the horizon. All of them were transcendent, like dragons among men. Their gazes were fixed on the ground with indifference. The entire imperial square quieted down. Many people looked up at the sky with serious expressions. More powerful cultivators had come? Where are the demons of the demon domain? He didn't care about what was happening in the Jin dynasty. All he cared about was the demons from the zone of demons. Senior brother Taimo, shouted Prince Jin respectfully. He was from Champion University, so he knew those people. Those people were the strongest disciples of Champion University. He had to look up to them. Where are the demons of the demon domain? However, the young man ignored Prince Jin and asked again. Obviously, Prince Jin knew him, but with his strength and status, he didn't know him at all. It's Jin. The other students of Champion University knew Prince Jin and smiled icily. In Champion University, Prince Jin was just a follower. Where are the demons of the demon domain? Asked the young man in the sky coldly. On the ground, the people of the Jin dynasty were astonished. Demons? Where did the demons come from? They didn't know that Yen, who Lin Ling had released, was from the demon domain. I've heard that the last demon is here. I hope I'm not too late. At that moment, a large number of disciples arrived. Some of them were from the Yungu celestial stage, but most of them were from Champion University. An adorable little girl in a red dress appeared. She was holding an apple in her little hand. Her big eyes looked innocent and pure. She smiled at everybody. But the other disciples didn't think the little girl was innocent and pure. The little girl was the Fire Spirit Princess. Fire Spirit Princess, don't think that because Champion Jean thinks highly of you, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, the last demon is mine, said the young man, frowning and looking at the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli, how brave. Surprisingly, he's not afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli isn't weak. He's as strong as Langya and the Xiaoyao 10 halls. He doesn't need to be afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Besides, Taimoli's father is Taimo Tianwang, one of the 5 Tianwang of Shenhuang Daiyu. The surrounding disciples began to discuss among themselves. Taimoli, you're so old. How dare you compete with me? The Fire Spirit Princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Taimoli. Her eyes were burning. Humph. I can tell you that if you weren't the Fire Spirit Princess, I would have killed you already. Of course, even though you're a little girl, when you use your innate skills, you turn into a beautiful woman. In the future, I will take you into my harem and slowly enjoy you. Taimoli sneered and shouted unscrupulously. You want to die. The Fire Spirit Princess and Taimoli had been enemies for a long time. Taimoli was the only one who didn't fear her. Let's find the demons first. Taimoli looked at the ground again and shouted. Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, all of you will die. On the ground below, the people of the Jin dynasty were all stunned. At this moment, they were like ants, looking up at the powerhouse in the sky. Taimoli didn't care about the Jin dynasty at all. To him, such a small country at the border was dispensable. He slammed his palm, and the Taimo chi surged out as if it was going to ravage the earth. No! In the Jin dynasty, some of the civil and military officials were swept by the demonic chi and turned into bones instantly. Plop! Then, a large number of people knelt down, including the Empress. They didn't dare to be arrogant. They were like ants. Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, die. Black clouds rolled out of Taiamo Li's body, and the image of the ancient demon appeared behind him. It was an old man with long hair that danced wildly. He was majestic without being angry, like a demon king descending. Obviously, Taiamo Li cultivated the demonic path. Those black clouds were like tentacles, sweeping over the civil and military officials of the Jin family. Even the Empress couldn't escape. At this moment, the Jin siblings were also entangled by the demonic qi, and their expressions changed drastically. Go back! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The Fire Dragon King roared out and wrapped around the Jin siblings like a Dragon King protecting them, blocking the demonic qi. Someone dares to stop me. Taiamo Li laughed and stared at the person who attacked. The Fire Spirit Princess was the same. Her eyes narrowed. That guy was also in Shenhuang Dayu. The person who attacked was Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling attacked because he wanted to help the Jin siblings. Among everyone, only the Fire Spirit Princess knew Lin Ling. The other disciples didn't know him at all. Even if they had heard of Lin Ling's name, they wouldn't take him seriously. Unless they saw Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they would judge everything. Demons? Could it be the mysterious person from before? It must be him. Lord Taiamo Li, I know. Chapter 1554. What about the one I let go? Speak. Taiamo Li said coldly. Our Jin dynasty has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a powerhouse. If there is one, it would be the mysterious man from a month ago. That man is very strong, and I have fought with him before and found that his talent is also in the Devil series. Prince Genie said hurriedly. It seems to be that man. Where is he? Taiamo Li's eyes were full of excitement. He must kill the last devil, not for the reward, but for the glory. After all, the task was issued by the whole mortal world. If he completed it, he would be famous in the mortal world. Senior brother Taiamo Li, I'm sorry. That devil has been released. I wanted to stop him from escaping, but someone stopped me. He wants to be the enemy of the whole world. Prince Genie said again with cold eyes. In fact, he was not sure that the mysterious man was a devil. However, a sinister trick arose in his mind. It was to frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling be a match for senior brother Taiamo Li? He would definitely die. Moreover, even if the mysterious man was not a devil, he had escaped at this moment. Taiamo Li could not investigate and would not blame him. What? Someone let the devil go. Damn it! How dare you? Who is it? Hearing Prince Genie's words, the disciples around shouted angrily. They finally found the devil, but he was released. How could they not be angry? I know who it is. Prince Genie sneered with a very satisfied smile. Crown Prince, can you be more shameless? When our Jin family was in trouble, it was that man who helped us. When the powerful disciples tried to wipe out our Jin family, it was that man who stopped them. Even your mother was saved by that man. Now you betrayed him. At this time, Jin Sha could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many people were silent. For the first time, they felt that the Crown Prince was a little ugly. Although they also respected the Crown Prince, it was that man who saved the Jin family. However, the Crown Prince did nothing but betrayed that man at the critical moment. What the Crown Prince did was for the whole Jin family. Jin Sha, don't slander and distort right and wrong. At this moment, the Queen escaped from death, but she chose to be with Prince Genie. Bitch. Jin Sha stared at the Empress, her beautiful eyes even colder. I don't care what happened to your dynasty. Right now, I just want to know where the Devil Clan is. Who let him go? If you don't tell me, your entire country will be wiped out. Taiamo Li didn't have the patience to listen to Crown Prince Genie's nonsense and shouted angrily. We know it's him. Crown Prince Genie was about to say something when His Majesty, who was buried in the ground, shouted coldly and stared at Lin Ling coldly. Although Lin Ling had saved them time and time again, Lin Ling had also humiliated His Majesty. How could he swallow this insult? He wanted Lin Ling to die. Oh, it's you. At this moment, Taiamo Li stared coldly at Lin Ling. He had come from afar to complete his mission. Who would have thought that this young man would actually let the Devil Clan escape? What kind of crime was this? You're courting death. The other disciples also shouted coldly. They saw that Lin Ling was only a cultivator of the third saint layer. They had the impression that he was a rat who had ruined the soup. Wait, it's not like that. Lin Ling did let a mysterious cultivator escape, but that person wasn't a Devil Clan cultivator, said Jin Sha anxiously. If they admitted that Lin Ling was a Devil Clan cultivator, then Lin Ling would offend all the disciples of Champion University. Indeed, that mysterious cultivator wasn't a Devil Clan cultivator. There must be a misunderstanding, said Jin Yuan anxiously. He was trying his best to help Lin Ling. Tell him to call the mysterious cultivator back. Then we'll know the truth. If he doesn't dare, then there must be something wrong, said Jin Yuan and his sister. Jin Yi smiled coldly. He was trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. I don't care whether the mysterious cultivator was a Devil Clan cultivator or not. You have to give me an explanation, said Tai Mo Li indifferently, still staring at Lin Ling. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Ling. Some were smiling coldly, some were worried, but most of them were gloating. Lin Ling's words were very important. Jin Yuan and his sister's palms were covered in sweat. They kept shouting in their hearts, Lin Ling, you must not admit it. I let him go. Besides, he's a Devil Clan cultivator, so what? However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally spoke. He did not deny it, but directly admitted it. Boom! Everybody's heart was pounding. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so calm. You're dead. You're audacious, shouted the disciples furiously. Before I let him go, I didn't know he was a Devil Clan cultivator. I just found out. Lin Ling was fearless as he spoke indifferently. He wasn't too full of himself because letting a devil escape was also a great taboo in the human world. Thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he naturally wouldn't admit that he had let a devil escape even though he knew it was a devil. Even so, you ruined my plan. Don't you regret it? Said Tai Mo Li smiling. He was furious. Besides, you dared admit it. You didn't think of a way to get away with it. I'm surprised. Why wouldn't I admit it? Do I have to think of a way to get away with it in front of you? I can tell you that it's none of your business who I let go, said Lin Ling smiling. He walked forward step by step and looked at Tai Mo Li in the sky. These words undoubtedly caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Lin Ling was only a third heaven saint. Who gave him the guts to say such words? Even the Fire Spirit Princess' eyes were wide open. She knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak. He could be ranked in Langya and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but Tai Mo Li wasn't weak either. He was second only to Dugu Kong Lei. He was famous in Champion University. That bastard. Where does he get his confidence from? Whispered the Fire Spirit Princess. Of course, she did not know that when she had watched Lin Ling's battle in the past, it was during the Xian ranking. However, after the Xian ranking, Lin Ling's strength had doubled. The current Lin Ling's strength was ranked at the top among the 10 great halls of Langya. Therefore, why didn't Lin Ling admit it? The reason why Lin Ling admitted it was because even if Tai Mo Li knew, he couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. Bastard, even though you let a Devil Clan cultivator go, it's already happened. I don't care. You're going to suffer Tai Mo Li's wrath. Do you want me to help you? Asked the Fire Spirit Princess hesitantly. No need. Little kid. Go away. Lin Ling continued to walk forward as he spoke calmly. Little kid? The Fire Spirit Princess is a little kid? The disciples stopped breathing. They had never seen such a crazy person. Tai Mo Li burst into laughter. The Fire Spirit Princess is kind enough to help you, but you don't want to. Do you think you can withstand my wrath? Let me tell you, in Champion University, I'm a member of the first group. I'm a half-celestial great emperor. A peerless genius. Now die. Chapter 1555. How could there be anyone who dared not kill? Demonic qi was extremely corrosive, capable of breaking through major laws. Once it entered the Saint Sea in his dantian, the Saint Sea would be completely corroded. The disciples in the surroundings, as well as the people of the Jin dynasty, stared at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was still moving forward, many people couldn't help but sneer. What a reckless thing. He let the devil race go and still dared to be arrogant. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many people secretly sympathized with him. That young man had helped them many times, and he was also very strong. Unfortunately, he was still going to die here. You shouldn't admit it, because admitting it is the same as looking down on me. You will die without a doubt. The vast and mighty demonic energy, like an ancient demon king, was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. An Earth-ranked talent, at least of the second grade, was indeed very powerful. However, although the corrosive power was strong against others, against Lin Ling, who had absolute defense, that kind of power was not as fast as his body's recovery speed. That might not be the case. Lin Ling finally stopped. Behind him, the ancient god ancestor appeared. He was tall and mighty, as if he was the ruler of the world. Moreover, at this moment, not only his legs and feet, even his body had condensed and become even more powerful. Heaven-lifting cauldron. Boom! Lin Ling's fist smashed out. The void exploded, shattering. Tai Moli's pupils constricted. He noticed that his demonic energy had shattered and disappeared into the void. The demonic energy that had invaded the young man's body did not bring about any effect. Instead, the ancient god emperor form behind the young man gave him a strong pressure. Rumble! At the same time, a terrifying space-shattering force swept over, causing Tai Moli's figure to continuously retreat. He lowered his head to look at his arm and discovered that it had actually shattered like glass. Even a drop of blood and a trace of flesh had shattered and turned into annihilation. Origin energy! Tai Moli roared in horror. The strength of the young man in front of him was terrifying. His defense was terrifying, and his attack was also powerful. He should be the top existence in the 10 temples of Langya. However, how could this young man possess such terrifying strength? How could Tai Moli know that Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique would allow him to have no fear of fiend gods in the future? He had a strong immunity to ghost chi and demon chi. It could be called the most powerful cultivation method for one's physical body. As for the martial source that could shatter space, that was a power controlled by intermediate Saint Realm experts. Moreover, only the top intermediate Saint Realm experts in the mortal world possessed such power. How could Tai Moli resist it? Lin Ling stepped forward again. He seemed slow, but he crossed the void like a giant and appeared condescendingly above Tai Moli's head. Do you know why I dared to admit it? That's because even if I admit it, what can you do to me? Do you think it's your turn to speak for the person I let go? As soon as his words fell, Lin Ling punched Tai Moli below. The oppressive force was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was about to explode at this moment. All the demon chi in Tai Moli's body was pressed into the ground at this moment, and the impact left thousands of holes in the ground. Don't be too arrogant. Tai Moli looked up and saw the young man in the sky. There was only the ancient god emperor. That punch was condescending and crushing everything. Rumble! He wanted to block it, but how could he block the power of 10 universes? How could he block the shattering of the void? A huge force pressed down from above, and the impact made Tai Moli's hair flutter. His handsome face was also distorted. Then, he couldn't control his body and smashed into the ground. His whole body was submerged in the ground, and only his head was exposed. You asked me for an explanation before, and this is an explanation. In the sky, Lin Ling chased after Tai Moli. He looked like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. He stared at Tai Moli coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. I'm a noble disciple of Champion University. If you dare attack me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the 3 great legends of the human world. A terrifying pressure surrounded him. At that moment, Tai Moli's expression changed drastically. He kept shouting furiously. He hadn't thought that a strange young man would be able to smash him into the ground in 2 attacks. You want to kill me, why wouldn't I dare attack you? I dare kill you even more, said Lin Ling, stretching out his hand. It looked simple, but it contained a terrifying strength. You can't compete with me. I'm a disciple, and my father is one of the 5 kings. Tai Moli raised his head. His eyes were filled with madness. Disciple me too. I'm the first king of East Mountain, the great emperor of the 7 emperors. As for the 5 kings, I'm sorry, but I killed a king called Prince Xiaobayong before. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was filled with disdain. After he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Tai Moli's heart was pounding. first king of East Mountain? And he had killed the 5 kings? Was that young man really that strong? You can't kill me. My father won't let you off, shouted Timo Li anxiously. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's voice was ice cold. Your father won't let me off, but let's not talk about whether he can attack me or not. Even if he can, you won't be able to see it. This sentence made Timo Li realize that there was no one in Lin Ling whom he dared not kill. Boom! He threw a punch and the strength of 10 universes exploded. The ground started sinking, and rumbling sounds kept spreading. The ground sank 10 meters and a terrifying crater appeared. Everybody was staring at that scene. Their hearts were pounding. Timo Li was as strong as the Fire Spirit Princess. He was a half-celestial great emperor at Champion University. He was an incredible genius. However, such a genius had been killed in 3 attacks. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. That young man was a disciple of the 7 emperors? This strength was too strong, just like the ancient god emperor, overbearing beyond compare. Suddenly, they understood why the young man had admitted it. Timo Li was like an ant to that young man, so why wouldn't he admit it? Timo is dead too? At this moment, Crown Prince Genie's face was pale and his body was trembling. Even he had to look up to senior brother Timo died in front of him. His conspiracy was to kill Lin Ling with a borrowed knife, but it was completely useless against Lin Ling's punch. That punch had destroyed all his ploys. How strong! Jin Yuan and his sister's blood was boiling. If they had been that strong, they would have been the rulers of the Jin dynasty. They wouldn't have needed to be humiliated by those shameless people. That bastard! He's become stronger again. The Fire Spirit Princess's delicate little face was full of surprise. The first time she saw Lin Ling was in the ghost domain. At that time, Lin Ling was only a referral. However, among the referrals, his strength was not bad. Then he was on the Xian ranking. At that time, Lin Ling was already in existence in the 10 halls of Langya. This time, she was even more surprised because Lin Ling was already a top existence in the 10 halls of Langya. Every time they met, Lin Ling would become much stronger. Even the Fire Spirit Princess, who was a peerless genius, was curious about how Lin Ling practiced cultivation. It's over. It's over. Timo Li is the son of the 5 heavenly kings. At that moment, the disciples were panicking. The 5 heavenly kings were as strong as the 4 pillars and the 8 pillars. In Xianping province, the 4 pillars and the 8 pillars weren't as strong as disciples, but in Xianhuang Dayu, it was different because there were more disciples in Xianhuang Dayu, so the 5 heavenly kings had a higher social status. Chapter 1556. I'm also very cruel. The silence didn't last long. After a while, panicked voices began to come out. Many people in the Jin dynasty trembled. Compared to Lin Ling, they were obviously more afraid of the 5 heavenly kings because they were from Xianhuang Dayu. Naturally, they knew how terrible the 5 heavenly kings were. Heavenly King Timo was an existence that could destroy the world in a fit of anger. Why did you kill him? You could have just defeated him. Why did you have to kill him? The emperor of the Jin dynasty was stunned and roared. He seemed to see the Jin family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, destroyed in his hands. So, how could he not be angry? Do I need your permission to kill him? Lin Ling slowly turned around, feeling a little ridiculous. Yes, you don't need my permission. But if you kill here, if you provoke the anger of the 5 heavenly kings, our entire Jin dynasty will be buried with you. Is your heart so cruel that you want so many people to be buried with you? His Majesty frowned. Yes, although you saved us, you destroyed our entire Jin dynasty. In my opinion, you should be sent to the 5 heavenly kings to appease their anger. The queen's voice was also sharp and mean. Since Timo Li died here, they couldn't escape the responsibility. Your strength is indeed very strong, but can you be stronger than the 5 heavenly kings? Moreover, how much do you know about the brutality of the 5 heavenly kings? Even Crown Prince Xueqi scolded. At the same time, he looked at the disciples in the sky. Senior brothers, you saw it before. This has nothing to do with us. He killed Timo Li. However, after the 3 of them spoke, not many people supported the Jin dynasty. There were only a few scattered people. Most of them were silent. Although they were also afraid of the heavenly king Taiamo Li, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had saved them before. Jin Yuan and his sister frowned. Father, Crown Prince, you are so shameless. I don't want to be with you. Then go with him to the 5 heavenly kings to apologize. Hearing that, His Majesty let out a hoarse voice. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. Friend, you are the one who caused this trouble. Go to the 5 heavenly kings and go north from here. You can get there in 3 days. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with me. He was worried that the Jin family imperial court would fall, so his words were anxious, carrying a hint of an order. You are so afraid of the 5 heavenly kings because they will obliterate you. Do you think I won't obliterate you? At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words carried a strong killing intent. Lin Ling was sincere to his friends and brothers. As long as he acknowledged them, he would do anything for them. Therefore, Lin Ling had never made a move against the Jin family. The reason was because of Jin Yuan and his sister. But now, His Majesty and the Crown Prince of Jin Dynasty made him feel disgusted, extremely disgusted. Lin Ling didn't mind the fact that the Jin Dynasty wasn't grateful to him for helping the Jin Dynasty drive away Yen. Then, when Taiamo Li appeared, Lin Ling killed him and indirectly saved the Jin Dynasty. However, the Jin Dynasty still wasn't grateful. Instead, they were afraid of Taiamo Tianwang and sent Lin Ling to die. Could it be that they were afraid of Taiamo Tianwang's brutality and didn't think that Lin Ling was soft-hearted? Did they think that Lin Ling was their servant and slave? Without any nonsense, Lin Ling stepped forward and came to His Majesty, waving his palm heavily. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. His Majesty was slapped flat on the ground and flew upside down. He smashed into the distance and spat out his teeth mixed with blood. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any warning. His Majesty was dizzy from the slap. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling was already there. The sound of the slap was endless. You want me to die in front of the 5 heavenly kings? Now I'd like to see how you're going to make me go. Everyone watched as Lin Ling slapped His Majesty. Some people from the Jin Dynasty showed disdain. His Majesty sent Lin Ling to die in order to protect himself. However, he completely forgot that His Majesty was no match for Lin Ling. Did he have the right to order him? Good, good, good. You're really a ruthless person. You've harmed our Jin Dynasty. Do you dare to kill His Majesty in front of everyone? The Empress's cunning and harsh voice rang out. At this moment, she was extremely angry and seemed to regard Lin Ling as a servant of the Jin Dynasty. Bang! However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out and His Majesty of the Jin Dynasty was smashed into minced meat. Blood and broken bones sputtered everywhere. An emperor of a generation fell here. I don't dare. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the Empress with a smile. The Empress's pupils constricted. She had always thought that His Majesty was the supreme ruler. That was why Lin Ling dared to humiliate him but did not dare to kill him. This was what she subconsciously thought. But now, Lin Ling killed His Majesty in front of her. And you bitch, I've helped the Jin Dynasty twice. But what did you do? Lin Ling did not stop. He appeared in front of the Empress and slapped her. Slap. This slap made the Empress's nose crooked. Her face was distorted and extremely ugly. How dare you hit me? Obviously, no one had ever dared to hit the Empress's face in her life. She screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Slap. However, what answered her was a slap. A fierce slap. Her hair flew in a mess and her teeth flew out. You sent me to die because Heavenly King Taiamo is very cruel. But am I a soft persimmon? Let me tell you, I'm also very cruel. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded like thunder. Boom! On the Jin Dynasty's side, everyone's heart exploded. Indeed, they were afraid of Heavenly King Taiamo's cruelty, so they sent Lin Ling to die. But was Lin Ling a woman? He was just as strong and indifferent. Stop! How dare you hit my mother? You're courting death. Crown Prince Genie shouted angrily. Lin Ling had slapped his mother in front of him. How could he let this go? Are you very angry and want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the strength. Hearing Prince Genie's words, Lin Ling smiled coldly, which made Prince Genie tremble. Yes, he was very angry, but what could he do? He was no match for Lin Ling at all. He could only watch Lin Ling torture his mother to death. You people are used to being high and mighty. You've completely forgotten that in this world, strength is everything. The Son of Heaven's mandate is actually just a joke. Also, don't treat me as your servant. When it comes to life and death, I'm not a slave. I'm not going to die for you people. Lin Ling shouted coldly. With the last slap, the Jin dynasty's empress was smashed into pieces. She couldn't be more dead. Lin Ling told everyone that compared to Heavenly King Tai Mo, he was just as cruel as Lin Ling. Dead, the empress is also dead. All the civil and military officials were uneasy. The young man was quiet, but once he moved, he was like a thunderbolt, dominating everything. You killed my mother. Prince Genie was hysterical and almost went crazy. Not only did I kill her, but I also killed you. Lin Ling held the sword in his right hand and slashed out. He didn't hold back at all. It was clean and neat. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on Prince Genie's neck. He stood there and pointed at Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but his neck was leaking. A large amount of blood spurted out. In the end, he fell on his back. Chapter 1557. The Fire Spirit Princess did the same. Silence. The crowd was silent. Dead. His Majesty is dead, and so is the Empress. Even the Crown Prince has fallen. Is this the end of the Jin family dynasty? Some of the older civil and military officials were glaring at Lin Ling. One line sky. Lin Ling looked at them and swung the sword in his right hand. Those officials who had spoken were all beheaded. They were all killed with a single slash. Are you not convinced? Plop. After a large number of officials fell, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. It was as if he was telling everyone that he would kill anyone who was not convinced. Everyone in the Jin family dynasty trembled. Who dared to speak? You people are really ridiculous. You were so respectful to the mysterious man. You didn't even dare to complain when you were killed by Tai Mo Li. Instead, you dared to bully me, the one who helped you. Am I weaker than those people? After Lin Ling killed a large number of civil and military officials, he spoke again. Plop. Many people immediately knelt. At this moment, they finally knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had not attacked them because of Jin Yuan and his sister. However, Lin Ling was not their servant or slave. They had no right to order Lin Ling. If they dared to order him, they would die. From now on, Jin Yuan will be the emperor of the Jin family dynasty. Do you have any objections? Lin Ling said calmly. Everyone from the Jin family dynasty narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was going to change the dynasty and decide who their emperor was? As for Jin Yuan, his whole body trembled. He was going to become the emperor of the Jin family? We don't have any objections. However, the ascension of a new emperor is a major matter of the country. I'm afraid it will require the approval of the officials. If we decide the emperor rashly, people will not be convinced. A very old man said. Whoosh. Lin Ling slashed with his sword, leaving a sword mark on the old man's neck. He looked at Lin Ling and finally fell on his back. Who is it? Are you still not convinced? Then, Lin Ling's emotionless voice drifted out. Since he had decided to make a move, then naturally, he was in control of everything. Anyone who disagreed would be killed. That was because he had already given them face, but these people did not cherish it. Therefore, he might as well be domineering and decide everything. Convinced. We are convinced. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone was completely terrified and kowtowed to Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan felt as if he was dreaming. He had become the emperor of the Jin family's imperial court just like that. So powerful, so powerful. As for the crowd in the distance, they were all shocked. Heavenly King Tai Mo could dominate everything, but so could that young man. The funny thing was that Her Majesty and the others actually thought that the young man was a soft persimmon and violated him time and time again. But now, all of them had met their end and died a tragic death. Are any of you dissatisfied? Lin Ling's gaze turned to the sky and landed on the disciples. At this moment, the eyes of the disciples flickered. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong. For a moment, they were all silent. Where was the arrogant attitude they had before? Scoundrel, your strength has improved a lot. At this time, Princess Fire Spirit spoke. Lin Ling looked over and smiled. Little girl, we meet again. Seeing Princess Fire Spirit again, Lin Ling couldn't help but remember the promise he had made to the second dream. Not bad. You have killed my enemy for me. Are you interested in being my slave? Princess Fire Spirit placed her small hands on her waist and said in an old-fashioned manner. Slave. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and laughed. This Princess Fire Spirit was indeed unruly and willful. He had only said a few words and she immediately wanted him to be her slave. Sure, but let's see if you can swallow me. Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. He appeared in front of Princess Fire Spirit and grabbed her with his big hand. This guy is crazy. The disciples' faces stiffened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to not only kill Tai Mo Li, but also attack Princess Fire Spirit. You want to die. Princess Fire Spirit was also surprised. Dazzling flames burst out from her body and the sky started burning. Her flames looked like the flames of the rising sun. The disciples' mouths and tongues were dry. Their spiritual chi was burning. Their facial expressions changed drastically. The Fire Spirit Princess was the youngest peerless genius of Champion University. She was extremely talented. If they remembered correctly, her fire was the nihility-absorbing fire. Boom boom boom. Clouds of fire appeared in the sky. Dazzling lights were burning everything in the world. Everybody was staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and had attacked Princess Fire Spirit. He was in trouble now. She's a fire cultivator of the 5th D level or higher. Boom! At that moment, in the middle of the flames, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He could sense that the fire was extremely oppressive. It was as if it wanted to burn him. If Lin Ling was scared, it meant that Princess Fire Spirit was more talented than his godly demon overlord body. Burn without fire. Boom! Whispered Lin Ling after that. Clouds of fire appeared in his dantian, burning his body and dantian. It was Princess Fire Spirit's power. Her flames were invisible and colorless. They could explode at any time. However, when the flames burned Lin Ling's soul, an even more terrifying fiery might bloomed. It was cold, scorching hot, and carried with it the power of reincarnation and ghost energy. It actually subdued the flames that were invading his soul. It was the Yellow Springs flames. The Yellow Springs flames were godly flames, one of the 10 greatest flames in the world. Princess Fire Spirit's fire was extremely strong, but she couldn't compete with one of the 10 greatest flames. If Princess Fire Spirit had a water celestial body, Lin Ling would have dodged her attack. However, since she only had fire, it was useless against Lin Ling. When Lin Ling sensed that, he smiled and sped up. He jumped into the clouds of fire and stretched out his hand again. How is that possible? Bastard, what trick did you use? You're not afraid of my nihility engulfing flames. Princess Fire Spirit's eyes were wide open. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then she shouted furiously, You want to kill me? You're so naughty. So do you think I'll kill you? Lin Ling replied. He walked in front of the Fire Spirit Princess and lifted her up. He turned her around and slapped her soft and tender but with his right hand. Pa pa pa. The sound of slapping her but spread in the air. The clouds of fire in the sky gradually dispersed. The disciples were excited, but what happened next made them stiffen. Lin Ling had slapped Princess Fire Spirit's butt. How was that possible? The youngest peerless genius of Champion University was being humiliated like that? As for Jin Yuan and his sister, they smiled wryly. Lin Ling was really cruel. Pa pa pa. Lin Ling did not care about the gazes around him. He was teaching Princess Fire Spirit a lesson. As for his goal, it was very simple. He wanted to suppress Princess Fire Spirit's willfulness and force her to go back with him to see the second dream. How dare you hit me? Even my father hasn't hit me. The Fire Spirit Princess danced in the air as her tiny face was filled with hatred. She still couldn't understand why her massive flames were ineffective against Lin Ling. Are you going to listen to me? Chapter 1558. Heavenly King Taimo arrives. Woo, I was wrong. Finally, Princess Hualing's delicate face was filled with tears. Although she was overbearing, she was still a child. She was only overbearing because everyone who saw her treated her like a pearl. Only Lin Ling was a freak. He was the first person who dared to hit her. Even the Fire Tribe Emperor did not dare to hit her. Lin Ling slapped her a few more times before stopping. He said lightly, "There's something I need you to come with me. There's someone you must see. If you don't see him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Do you agree?" "Yes, yes. You're not allowed to hit there anymore. Bad guy." Princess Hualing's eyes were filled with tears. In fact, she was extremely cute when she was not overbearing. "That's good." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He could finally let Princess Hualing see the second dream. "Bad guy, let me tell you. If my father and sister know that you dared to hit me, you're dead meat." Princess Hualing touched her butt and said unwillingly. But for some reason, she did not hate Lin Ling. Instead, she liked being close to him. It was as if she knew Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's fire attribute aura was mysterious. She felt comfortable being close to Lin Ling. "But if you want me to leave with you, we'll have to wait until next time. I sneaked out and can't be away for too long." Princess Hualing looked at Lin Ling with her big eyes. "Okay, as long as you agree." Lin Ling was not in a hurry. He believed that Princess Hualing would not go back on her words. When the surrounding disciples saw Princess Hualing talking to Lin Ling, they were stunned. Then, they were filled with jealousy and anger. Princess Hualing was one of the top beauties in Shenhuang Dayu. She was talented. But this unbloomed flower had thorns. She was overbearing and willful, so not many people could get close to her. But now, Lin Ling had spanked Princess Fire Spirit's butt. Not only was Princess Fire Spirit not angry, she even spoke to Lin Ling like a friend. What a lucky kid. Many disciples felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Why didn't they receive the same treatment as Lin Ling? Lin Ling's actions today are truly shocking. Jin Yuan and his sister couldn't help but laugh. They naturally saw the jealous looks on the disciples' faces. However, at this moment, Jin Sha suddenly thought of something. Not good. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Things are getting troublesome. When the voice rang out, everyone was stunned. They suddenly thought of something. That's right, Lin Ling killed Taimo Li. The Heavenly King Taimo would definitely not let Lin Ling go, and he was about to descend. All right, I forgot about that old fellow. Scoundrel. Hurry up and run. Princess Fire Spirit also reacted. Although she looked young, she was not stupid. Instead, she was extremely smart. It's too late to leave now. Sure enough, a faintly discernible voice came from afar. It seemed to be very far away, making it impossible to tell where the person was. Hurry up and leave. Jin Yuan and his sister shouted anxiously. Had the Heavenly King Taimo finally arrived? However, Lin Ling still stood in the void and did not leave. He knew that if he left, the other party would definitely kill Jin Yuan and his sister. Although Lin Ling was not a saint, he was loyal to his friends. He would not do something like running away in the face of danger. Rumble. In the distant sky, a thick black aura finally spread over. It was vast and terrifying. The black aura was obviously an extremely terrifying demonic aura. It formed an ancient demon as if it was going to suppress the world. He's finally here. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces turned pale. Today, everyone would not be able to escape. The expressions of the disciples around them changed drastically. The Heavenly King Taimo was one of the 5 heavenly kings of Shenhuang Dayu. Because of his powerful strength and noble status, he could kill ordinary disciples without any repercussions. This was different from the 7 Emperors' world. In the 7 Emperors' world, disciples were the noblest, and no one could kill them. Lin Ling is dead meat. Many disciples stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling killed Taimo Li, so he would not be able to escape death. Woo woo woo. The sky gradually quieted down, and all the demonic aura stopped moving. Then, a middle-aged man in a black robe stepped on the void and walked over step by step. Every step he took seemed to be accompanied by the rhythm of heaven and earth. He stepped on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel intense pressure. This was a powerhouse who dominated the world. This was also a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. This was an existence who could cover the sky with one hand. Princess Hualing, why are you here? Did you kill Quan Er? Finally, a calm voice drifted out. The black-robed middle-aged man appeared above everyone's head. He glanced at them as if he was looking down on them before finally looking at Princess Hualing. Your arrogant son Taimo Li is too arrogant. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Princess Hualing raised her small face and looked at the sky fearlessly. Although you are naughty, I know that you don't dare to kill my son because you know that among the 5 heavenly kings, I, Heavenly King Taimo, am the most brutal. I don't give anyone face, not even your father. The black-robed middle-aged man said softly. To everyone's surprise, he was not as overbearing as they had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be very amiable. Only those who knew him knew that he was a demon king who could talk to you politely but kill you in the next moment. Never be deceived by his appearance. At this moment, Lin Ling was also sizing up Heavenly King Taimo. His eye of time quietly appeared, and he could vaguely see that the other party's talent was about Earth grade. Although it was not as good as Princess Hualing's talent, the demonic aura around him was extremely dense and suffocating. Obviously, Heavenly King Taimo was extremely terrifying in terms of martial arts and cultivation. Against such a powerful expert, even Lord Xueqi wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in a battle. I've already said that I killed him. At this moment, Princess Hualing said again, taking the blame for Lin Ling. She believed that even if she killed him, Heavenly King Taimo would not dare to kill her. I know that you didn't kill him, but you obviously want to protect someone, so you admitted it for that person. Do you think that you won't have to die just because you're the princess of the Hua clan? Heavenly King Taimo said lightly. He looked down at Princess Hualing condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant. I can tell you that even if you didn't kill him, you still have to die for daring to protect the murderer. How arrogant! The surrounding crowd gasped. Heavenly King Taimo was simply fearless. All of you have to die. However, to everyone's surprise, Heavenly King Taimo said again. All of you have to die. No matter who it was, as long as they were here, they all had to die. This was the domineering aura of Heavenly King Taimo, one of the 5 heavenly kings of Shenhuang Dayu. It seemed to be an approachable statement, but the content of his words was extremely domineering. At this moment, everyone was frightened. Heavenly King Taimo glanced at the crowd and was very satisfied with their panicked looks. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling and said, I know that you killed him, right? Chapter 1559. Shock and awe. That's right. I killed him. Lin Ling looked up at Heavenly King Taimo and said lightly. Heavenly King Taimo was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. However, Lin Ling wasn't too afraid. Instead, he was a little annoyed because Heavenly King Taimo was staring at him as if he was an ant. It was as if he could dominate and control everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time, and he didn't like it either. I know you're Lin Ling, a disciple of the 7 emperors under heaven, the first king of East Mountain, the Emperor of Heaven. But do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Heavenly King Taimo looked even calmer, but the calmer he was, the scarier he was. You can't kill him. With me here, no one can kill him. Sensing the cold murderous intent of the Heavenly King of Demons, the Fire Spirit Princess shouted. She was not tall, but she was dignified. Hee, don't forget. Not only him, even you will die. He dared to kill me, Taimoli. Even if your Fire Tribe's majesty is here, I will still fight him to the death. Heavenly King Taimo sneered and glanced at the crowd. Even them. Today, everyone here will die. Once again, he stated his purpose. In order to be buried with Taimoli, everyone had to die. There was no chance of compromise. This time, everyone finally understood Heavenly King Taimo's murderous intent. He wanted to litter the field with corpses. At this moment, everyone began to panic, and some people began to quietly flee. But a moment later, those who tried to escape screamed as blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They kept attacking themselves, and in the end, they tore themselves apart and killed themselves. How terrifying! The crowd was silent. They were shocked and terrified. What kind of method was this? That person tried to secretly escape but ended up killing himself. The crowd even saw that not only did that person tear apart his own flesh, he even broke his own bones. Sometimes, death wasn't scary at all. What was scary was the way to die. Suddenly, many people looked at Heavenly King Taimo, knowing that it was Heavenly King Taimo's doing. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. At this moment, Heavenly King Taimo knew the doubts in everyone's hearts. The power of origin. This entire area had been sealed by him. Not to mention a human, even a fly would not be able to leave this place. Everyone looked into the distance again. Only then did they see the surging heaven and earth demonic chi enveloping all directions. Within the demonic clouds, large numbers of burly primordial heavenly demons could be vaguely seen, looking ferocious and terrifying. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He could vaguely see that the person who had died was entangled by a mysterious power. It was as if he had been affected by some irritation and had committed suicide in the end. The Supreme Demon King's talent was indeed terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was his origin energy. His heavenly rune martial arts had obviously reached the pinnacle. Princess Fire Spirit's little face also became serious. For the first time, she was not so tough. Tai Moli's death was his own fault. He overestimated himself and wanted to kill others. Naturally, others resisted. So, how can you blame us for his death? Continue. That's right. It's not our fault. It's senior brother Tai Mo who died in battle because his skills were inferior. In Champion University, it's a fair fight. If you die, you can't get others involved. Heavenly King Tai Mo, we didn't attack him by surprise. We didn't join hands either. The disciples' faces turned deathly pale. They were begging for mercy. Continue. Heavenly King Taimo smiled and waved. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling took a step forward and looked at the crowd indifferently. Can't you see? He wanted to play with you before he died. He wanted you to regret. He wanted you to be afraid. No matter how much you beg for mercy, you're going to die. People like him don't intend to let us off. When the crowd heard that, their facial expressions changed drastically. Heavenly King Tai-Mo? Heavenly King Tai-Mo was despicable. He played with them like they were ants. He wanted them to die, but he pretended to give them a chance. Actually, he wanted them to beg for mercy, regret, and fear. He's right. You're all going to die. But how can death satisfy me? Heavenly King Tai-Mo nodded. He wanted to enjoy killing people. Maybe that was the only way he could feel satisfied. He felt like a king. If anyone dared offend him, they would regret it. You're much braver than them. Then, Heavenly King Time looked at Lin Ling and said, But can you face me? Apart from begging for mercy, what else can you do? Fight, said Heavenly King Tai-Mo. Lin Ling's voice sounded resolute. Heavenly King Tai-Mo was stupefied. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so decisive. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he wanted to fight to the death. The hearts of the disciples around exploded. For the first time, they felt that Lin Ling deserved the title of Celestial Emperor. Because in the face of Heavenly King Tai-Mo, they only dared to beg for mercy, but Lin Ling dared to fight. You're my opponent? In my heart, you're just a weak ant. You can't do anything to me, said Heavenly King Tai-Mo with a smile. He wasn't angry. You don't have to show your majesty in front of me. You've only cultivated for a longer time than us. Your talent is only what's there to be proud of? Lin Ling sneered. He could see where Heavenly King Tai-Mo was strong. It was his cultivation realm and heavenly pattern martial arts. In terms of talent, even Princess Hualing was stronger than him. Yes, Heavenly King Tai-Mo is one of the 5 heavenly kings, but he's only cultivated for a longer time. If we had the same time, we wouldn't be afraid of him. And in terms of talent, some of us aren't weaker than him. Why can he dominate our life and death? The surrounding disciples were no longer afraid of Meng Hao. Instead, their hearts burned with the flames of battle. They were fighting with their backs to the river. Since they would die even if they begged for mercy, why should they be humble? Even the people of the Jin dynasty on the ground were boiling with fighting spirit. At this moment, the whole earth and the sky were filled with an invisible fighting spirit. It was as if flames were burning. There was only one voice in everyone's heart. Fight. Heavenly King Tai-Mo was stunned. His satisfied smile froze. He didn't expect Lin Ling to ignite the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts with just a few words. He didn't like this feeling. He liked to see his enemies beg for mercy, not resist. You're born with a kind of courage that makes people believe in you. Heavenly King Tai-Mo stared at Lin Ling and said, But, you think you can defeat me? No. Lin Ling answered directly. He was still lacking in experience when facing experts at the level of 4 pillars and 8 pillars. But you should know that it won't be long before I can defeat you. You can deny it, but your heart should know that it's the truth. Chapter 1560. Battle of the Demon King. He looks like one of the 5 heavenly kings. Heavenly King Mo is also a petty person. He's afraid that the younger generation will rise and surpass him, so he's trying to strangle the younger generation. Of course, other than that, what else can he do? Could it be that he can still increase his strength? Impossible. These veteran experts can only stay where they are. In the end, they will be surpassed by powerful disciples. In the future, when they see those disciples, they can only kowtow like dogs. The disciples around suddenly burst into laughter. They could also see that Heavenly King Mo was not sure about his future. All of you are courting death. Heavenly King Mo's expression turned ugly. How could a group of people who were bound to die be so arrogant? Suddenly, he thought of something. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling had actually become the flag in everyone's hearts. These people dared to not fear him, and this was all because of Lin Ling. I'm not your opponent alone, but we can work together. Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out as the Heavenly King of Grand Demons raged. Anger. Heavenly King Mo was even more furious. He was one of the 5 great kings. Shen Huangdayu was the strongest cultivator in Champion University. Shouldn't everybody respect him? However, not only were they not in awe of him, they were all laughing at him. They no longer had any fear of him. Most importantly, Lin Ling had boasted that he could defeat him if he joined forces with others. Crazy. These juniors had all gone mad. Heavenly King Mo was so angry that his whole body trembled. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He had become a joke. My cultivation is at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, and my Saint Mark martial arts have reached the pinnacle. Even if you join forces with all the disciples, you're still no match for me. Heavenly King Mo bellowed. The crowd quieted down. Although they had ignited the flames of battle, it was undeniable that Heavenly King Mo was indeed very powerful. The difference in cultivation level was too great. His martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the power of origin. How were they supposed to fight? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Lin Ling. In their hearts, the long-haired black-robed youth was like their king, their flag. They were all disciples with noble status. Although they were respectful to Tai Moli before, in reality, that was only on the surface. But now, they were sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we'll accompany you. We've underestimated you before. Now, you don't have to say a word. Even if you die, you'll fight Heavenly King Mo. Not bad. All the disciples looked at Lin Ling and said. Their imposing manner caused the Fire Spirit Princess's pupils to constrict. This bastard was so powerful. He had actually subdued this group of proud disciples. Lin Ling laughed and looked at Heavenly King Mo indifferently. I've said that as long as we join forces, we'll definitely kill you. You may not believe me, but think about it. How did Prince Xia Beiyang die? As soon as he said that, Heavenly King Mo frowned. Lin Ling's words were arrogant, but it was the truth. Prince Xia Beiyang was killed by Lin Ling. This junior was very mysterious. What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? You don't want to show your power? Where's your pride? Lin Ling took a step forward and roared with an imposing manner. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling actually suppressed Heavenly King Mo with his imposing manner. Heavenly King Mo's pupils constricted. For a moment, he was speechless. For some reason, he was even more afraid of Lin Ling. Amazing! Jin Yuan and his sister gasped. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, he dared not answer Lin Ling's question. The situation had changed 180 degrees from the beginning. Haha, I understand now. I finally understand. You're deliberately mystifying me. You're trying to scare me and trick me. You want me to leave on my own, and then you can escape. At this time, Heavenly King Mo pondered for a moment and finally laughed. At first, he was indeed frightened by Lin Ling. But after thinking about it carefully, the strongest people here were Lin Ling and Princess Hualing, and these two were only in the third and fourth heaven of the Saint Realm. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling must be trying to scare him. I'm lying. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly, "You're not qualified for me to lie to you. In that case, let's fight." "Okay, let's see how you're going to fight me." Heavenly King Tiamo took a step forward, and a pitch-black demonic aura swept out. It was so dark that any light that entered it would be drowned and devoured. Moreover, the power of origin was released at this moment. It could make people upset and impatient, and torture themselves to death. The crowd was nervous. This battle was a matter of life and death. Fight. After that, everybody was excited. They followed Lin Ling to fight against the 5 heavenly kings. Crazy. Someone dares fight against the 5 heavenly kings. At that moment, in the distance, many cultivators in Xianhuang Dayu sensed the change in the qi of the earth and heaven. They came from afar and took a deep breath. They're disciples of Champion University. Some people are there too. Princess Hualing wants to fight against Heavenly King Tai Mo. I heard that Lin Ling is there too. Who's Lin Ling? He's a disciple of the 7 emperors. He used to be on the Shen list. He's a famous disciple of the 3 great legends. He defeated the king of the immortal spring flood dragon. That Lin Ling is really strong, but how can he compete with the 5 heavenly kings? Keep watching. Those cultivators were all excited. A peerless genius was really strong. He didn't even fear the 5 heavenly kings. The 5 heavenly kings were the best cultivators of Champion University. They were called Zun Di Zun cultivators. It was rare to see someone fight against them in the human world. Disciples, even though it's the first time we've met, we're friends now. We're on the same boat. If Heavenly King Tiamo doesn't die, we'll die. Therefore, raise your swords and fight side by side. At that moment, Lin Ling's long hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked around and raised his sword. It looked magnificent, like an ancient god. Fight! Those disciples shouted furiously again. It sounded like war drums. They wanted to kill everyone in the world. They also wanted to follow Lin Ling and challenge the record. They wanted to defeat the 5 heavenly kings and become the first miracle in the human world. Even Princess Hualing's blood was boiling. She hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. The earth and heaven changed colors. The second dream, you and I used to be enemies. Today, we'll fight side by side. After that, Lin Ling looked at Princess Hualing and smiled. His smile was resolute, but it was pure. The second dream? Princess Hualing's eyes were twinkling, but she nodded and said, "All right, bad boy, I'll fight side by side with you. If we die, we'll go to the reincarnation hell together." I've already been to the reincarnation hell, so if I don't want to go, Great Emperor Yen Luo can't do anything to me. As for you, I won't allow you to go. Nobody can take you away. Lin Ling looked resolute. He didn't want to fight side by side with Princess Hualing. He wanted to fight against the second dream. He had brought the second dream back from the reincarnation hell. How could he let her go back to the reincarnation hell? His words were overbearing and powerful, but it made the naturally overbearing fire spirit princess feel a sense of calmness for the first time. It was as if this man could protect her from everything. Fire spirit princess, use your most powerful attack on me. Chapter 1561. Borrowing the Flame. Lin Ling. What are you doing? The crowd was shocked. The enemy before them was the Heavenly King Tai Mo. Why did Lin Ling ask the Fire Spirit Princess to attack him? Bastard, do you want to die? The Fire Spirit Princess was also puzzled and refused to attack. If I want you to attack me, then attack me. Attack. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red, and there was a crazed look in them. You will die. Attack. The Fire Spirit Princess shouted anxiously. I won't die. Attack. Attack. Lin Ling shook his head. Death, he had already died once. What was there to be afraid of? Haha, you dare to fight me like this? You are afraid of dying in my hands, so you are running away. Lin Ling, you coward. The Heavenly King Tai Mo was also surprised by Lin Ling's actions, but he mocked him more. Lin Ling must be trying to kill himself. He was afraid of his own demonic energy. Being hit by his own energy would tear his flesh and break his own bones. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Attack! Attack! When Lin Ling saw the Heavenly King Mo getting closer, he shouted again. His voice shook the heavens and earth. Crazy! Attack! The crowd in the distance also gasped. They had no idea what Lin Ling was going to do. Nihility devouring flame. Morning clouds fill the sky. Attack! The fire spirit princess's eyes were wet. She gritted her teeth and released her terrifying flame talent. The raging flames turned into clouds like the rising sun and shrouded Lin Ling. This attack was more powerful than the one she used on Lin Ling. It was a supernatural power brought about by her talent. Rumble! The whole sky was burning without fire. Heat, explosions, and all kinds of terrifying energy were sweeping across. Even the Heavenly King Mo's eyes narrowed. The Fire Spirit Princess's talent was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, she was too young and her martial arts realm was a little weak. If her origin energy had reached the small success realm, he would have to dodge it. As for the disciples, their faces froze. The Fire Spirit Princess really attacked. Lin Ling was dead meat. Rumble! The terrifying flames engulfed Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At this moment, his celestial demon overlord body couldn't withstand it and was burning nihility. Even his recovery ability couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames. His body. From this angle, it could be seen that the Fire Spirit Princess talent was stronger than the godly demon overlord body. Of course, this was only for now. Lin Ling is. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling died in front of them just like that. Moreover, he had died without knowing why. Haha, you think you're qualified to fight me? Good. Lin Ling died in my hands. I've avenged Prince Xiaobayang's death. Also in the Shenhuang Big Domain, who else can do it but me? The Heavenly King Mo laughed crazily as if he had vented all his anger. Previously, he was indeed frightened by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was indeed a mysterious peerless genius. He couldn't underestimate him. But now Lin Ling was dead. How could this be? The faces of all the disciples were pale. Lin Ling had just become their flag, their leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was going to die. They couldn't accept this fact. It was as if the flag in their hearts had fallen. Fight! Only the Fire Spirit Princess was boiling with battle intent. Her little face was serious, but her eyes were wet. She didn't know what Lin Ling was going to do, but Lin Ling was dead. It made her feel like she had lost something in her heart. Therefore she had to fight. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of fighting before. He would rather die than beg for mercy. Then she would carry Lin Ling's belief and fight. Fight! When the disciples saw that the Fire Spirit Princess had chosen to fight, their will was boiling again. The war drums were beating. They were going to fight to the death with the #1 expert of Shenhuang Dayu. Rumble! All the disciples were prepared to die. They fought with all their might. The whole sky and earth felt like it was going to shatter. However, no one noticed that in the sky where Lin Ling was burned, there was still a trace of flesh that hadn't disappeared. It was still burning, and that trace of flesh hid a terrifying soul power. Lin Ling wasn't dead. His fiend god overlord physique could be reborn from a drop of blood unless he was truly turned into ashes. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Princess flame was burning Lin Ling's soul. However, it couldn't burn it. The underworld flame was blooming and gradually controlled the invading flame. And this was Lin Ling's goal. Lin Ling knew very well that to defeat an expert like Lord Watermist, his fiend god overlord physique's level was clearly insufficient. His soul power was also lacking. As for the underworld flame, it was possible. However, if he used it, Lin Ling's body would be burned to ashes. After all, the Heavenly Demon King was stronger than the immortal Spring Wyrm King. If he wanted to use the underworld flame, he would definitely need to use more. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to use the flame to let the Fire Spirit Princess attack Lin Ling. He wanted to use the underworld flame suppression to absorb the Fire Spirit Princess flame for his own use. The Fire Spirit Princess talent wasn't weak. She was stronger than Lin Ling and the Heavenly Demon King. However, the Fire Spirit Princess was too young and didn't have a deep understanding of martial arts. Therefore, it was difficult for her to use the power of her talent. As for Lin Ling, his fire elemental understanding was stronger. Furthermore, he had the support of the Overlord Song Sword. Therefore, if he could use her powerful talent, his strength would increase again. This was what Lin Ling wanted, to fight side by side. The nihility-devouring flame is indeed powerful. It can also grow. However, under my underworld flame, everything will be subdued. This power will be used by me. Roar! In his soul, Lin Ling's roar was heard. The sun-like flame gradually calmed down and was controlled by Lin Ling. After the flame was controlled, the flame that was burning his body also disappeared. His body also started to recover. During this process, Lin Ling's soul power observed the battle outside. He realized that the disciples couldn't stop the heavenly demon king at all. They were completely defeated. If they weren't prepared to die and fought with all their might, many of them would have died by now. Hang in there. After half an hour, it will be my battlefield. Roar! His body was recovering rapidly. Lin Ling was preparing a terrifying flame attack. It was his first time challenging an expert at the level of Lord Watermist. At this moment, demonic chi was billowing outside. Black light constantly shot up to the sky. An ancient heavenly demon king had descended, shocking the heavens and earth. If I fight, I will die. If I don't fight, I will also die. In this case, I might as well fight to the death. At least I will have left my dignity behind. Fight! All the disciples displayed powerful attacks that swept toward the heavenly demon king. On the ground, various kinds of energy erupted and colorful lights burst out. Rumble! The heavenly demon king seemed to be bathed in demonic clouds. The black clouds were under his control. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of demonic clouds turned into tentacles and blocked the disciples' attacks. In an instant, the disciples were swept away by the majestic energy. Some of them flew backward and some spurted out blood. They were in a sorry state. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they died. They are no match for him at all. Yes, those disciples are quite talented. It's a pity that their cultivation time is not as long as the heavenly demon kings. It looks like they are going to be wiped out. Yes. Chapter 1562. You must die. The crowd in the distance was shaking their heads as they witnessed the shocking battle in Xianhuang Dayu. It is said that this battle was led by the young man named Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he died. However, that young man is quite courageous. He used his death to inspire the disciples' fighting spirit. Otherwise, those disciples would have died even faster. Unless one's talent and origin of martial arts surpass the ancient king of supreme demonic, it is impossible to win. Some experts were analyzing the situation. Haha, where are your flags? Why don't they support you? Lin Ling is just a coward. He did not dare to face me, so he killed himself and left you to suffer. Wait, you will be invaded by my origin power, and you will all be tortured to death. Under the sky, Heavenly King Taimo kept roaring. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and no one could stop him. His words made the faces of many disciples dim. Could it be that Lin Ling was really afraid of Heavenly King Taimo, so he committed suicide? No matter how bad a villain is, he is still better than you. Don't insult him. The Fire Spirit Princess used her innate skill and transformed into a beautiful woman in a red dress. She was devastatingly beautiful, with snow-white skin, exquisite facial features, waterfall-like black hair, and slender jade legs. It was hard to imagine that such a peerless beauty was the cute little girl from before. Shut up, he is indeed afraid of death. If you don't believe me, I will kill you first. The ancient king of supreme demonic sneered. His demonic aura was like a dark cloud, sweeping toward the Fire Spirit Princess. In mid-air, a giant palm appeared and grabbed at the Fire Spirit Princess like a devil's claw. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Princess's face was pale. She was no match for the ancient king of supreme demonic. In addition, she had used up a lot of energy to attack Lin Ling. She could not block the devil's claw now. Die. Go to hell and ask Lin Ling why he abandoned you and became a coward. The demonic claw had struck Princess Fire Spirit as expected. The demonic aura had also submerged her. The result could be imagined. Princess Fire Spirit had been struck by a mysterious law. She would definitely torture herself to death, tearing apart her own flesh and bones. It was a tragic sight. Fire Spirit Princess. Many disciples immediately shouted. They never thought that the Fire Spirit Princess would be the first to die. The spectators in the distance were frowning. It looked like they were going to be wiped out. At this moment, within the endless demonic energy, the Fire Spirit Princess spat out a mouthful of blood. Her bright and beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. She suddenly said, "Who is the second dream? Why do I feel so familiar? If I don't know who she is, I won't be satisfied even if I die." Although her life was at stake, it was as if there was a knot in her heart that had yet to be resolved, making her feel as if she could not die in peace. However, she did not see that behind her, a slender figure had appeared, passing through the boundless demonic clouds and rushing towards her with extreme speed. "She is you." At this moment, a voice came from behind the Fire Spirit Princess. Then, raging flames swept across the world like a vortex. The surrounding devil chi was burned away. A steady arm held the Fire Spirit Princess in mid-air. Then, it slowly floated down from the sky. "Scoundrel, you really haven't died yet. I thought you were dead." This unforeseen event made the Fire Spirit Princess look back. Her delicate body trembled and she immediately cried like a child. "I've said it before. If I don't want to go to the hell of reincarnation, even the great Emperor Yen Luo can't do anything to me." Lin Ling held the Fire Spirit Princess and said calmly. He looked forward and said, "You have all fought. Then, leave the rest to me." It was a calm sentence, but it carried a strong sense of confidence. It made the Fire Spirit Princess reveal a smile that could topple countries. She was cute and charming. She didn't know why, but she, who had always been domineering and arrogant, liked the feeling of being protected. "Leave the rest to me." The Fire Spirit Princess would remember this sentence for the rest of her life. Boom! The flames were like the rising sun. At this moment, the devil chi was also burning, making the entire sky quiet down. Countless eyes looked over. On the ground, the black-robed young man stood there quietly, holding the peerless beauty in his arms. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the heavenly king of demons. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of killing intent and confidence. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Countless people stared at the black-robed young man, their pupils constricting. Lin Ling was not dead. He had returned. Good, good, good. That's great. After a moment of silence, the disciples cheered excitedly. The war drums were beaten again. The flag that had fallen in their hearts was raised again at this moment. I knew Lin Ling wouldn't die. Jin Yuan and his sister were also very excited. They had one foot in the abyss, but someone had reached out to them and saved them. At this moment, the devil clouds in the sky were tumbling. A dragon was swimming in it. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dragon, but an ancient and huge devil beast. It had a snake-like body, but it had no mouth or eyes. It only had a purple body, and a fishy smell came out from it from time to time. This was an ancient devil puppet, the true talent of the heavenly king of demons. You are not dead yet. The heavenly king of demons stared at Lin Ling and spat out coldly. How could Lin Ling not be dead? Heavenly king of demons, you have angered me. On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He also saw that if he had come out a little later, Princess Hualing and the others would have died here. If Princess Hualing and those disciples had not attracted the attention of the heavenly king of demons, Lin Ling would not have been able to recover smoothly and return to the battlefield. Is that so? Then what do you want? The heavenly king of demons laughed. He did not know why Lin Ling was not dead, but it was better that he was alive. At least if he died in the hands of the heavenly king of demons, Lin Ling would be in so much pain that he would regret not dying. Moreover, if Lin Ling was killed by him, the disciples around would lose their fighting spirit and would probably kneel down and beg for mercy. For him, the murderer of his son must die a fate worse than death. He is not dead. His physical body must have reached the realm of regrowing a severed arm. But is he a match for the heavenly king of demons? Impossible. The crowd in the distance woke up from their shock. These people were all experts of Shenhuang Daiyu. They analyzed the difference between Lin Ling and the heavenly king of demons from various angles. The final conclusion was that even if Lin Ling was not dead, he would not be able to win. Lin Ling was a third-layer saint. His talent was not weak. Rumor had it that he was 10th grade profound rank. On the other hand, the heavenly king of demons was a 7th-layer saint. His talent was first-grade earth rank. Although he was only slightly stronger than Lin Ling, his heavenly rune martial arts had reached the pinnacle. So, how could Lin Ling win? The disciples also knew this, but they still believed that Lin Ling would win. If Lin Ling died, they would go to hell with Lin Ling. Scoundrel, you must win. At this moment, Princess Hualing had the same thought as everyone else. She was not afraid. Instead, she was looking forward to Lin Ling creating a miracle and defeating the 5 heavenly kings. This battle was obviously the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Ling said that the heavenly king of demons angered him. What does he want to do? Then, many people stared at Lin Ling and muttered to themselves, "You must die." Chapter 1563. You won't be able to laugh later. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded. They did not expect Lin Ling to say such arrogant words. Where did he get the confidence to defeat Heavenly King Tai Mo? Haha. Arrogant words. The only person who is qualified to kill my disciple is the titled Heavenly Emperor. You, Lin Ling, are just trash who relies on your mouth. You don't know that strength is everything in this world. If you don't have powerful strength, you will only make people laugh. Heavenly King Taimo laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's words were like a joke to him. The result was indeed so. Some ancient experts in the distance also laughed. They were very clear about Heavenly King Taimo's strength. Therefore, Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. You won't be able to laugh later. Lin Ling did not care about the laughter. He moved his feet slightly and walked forward step by step. A strange thing happened. Under his footsteps, flame patterns appeared on the ground with every step. It felt as if Lin Ling's every step was accompanied by a terrifying great law. Looking from afar, this scene was extremely dazzling. The black-robed young man's long hair danced wildly. Between his steps, there were flame patterns. Moreover, this was not the only thing that was terrifying. As Lin Ling walked forward step by step, powerful flame ripples bloomed. Everywhere he passed, the mountains and rocks melted. What a terrifying flame power! The ancient experts in the distance could not laugh at this moment. They felt a strong pressure. It's my nihility-devouring flame. Princess Hualing's beautiful eyes widened. It was a very familiar feeling. That's right, it was her flame. Suddenly, she remembered Lin Ling's words. This battle was a battle between her and Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling used her flame? This also meant that she had powerful strength but she did not know how to use it. Lin Ling had used it for her. However, her guess was correct. At this moment, Lin Ling controlled the nihility-devouring flame that was above Earth rank 5th grade. In addition to his martial way of fire, he could kill any god that blocked his path. Fire Dragon King. When the fire emblem was condensed to the extreme, Lin Ling's speed suddenly increased. The distance of 1,000 miles was instantly shortened. His left hand was behind, and a terrifying fire energy condensed above his fist. It contained his own fire energy, as well as the fire spirit princess's energy. Rumble! A terrifying thing happened. Everywhere Lin Ling passed by, it was as if the Fire Dragon King was flying flat on the ground. The great laws of the transcendent realm descended. Although he hadn't reached the realm of Saint Mark martial arts, his talent could make up for the gap in martial arts realms. Roar! In the eyes of Heavenly King Tai Mo, the land in front of him disappeared, and an endless Fire Dragon King roared as it charged towards him. The Fire Dragon King was surrounded by dazzling morning clouds. At this moment, Heavenly King Tai Mo could no longer laugh. The smile on his face stiffened and froze. There was cold sweat on his forehead. For the first time, Heavenly King Tai Mo felt a terrible pressure. It was the pressure from the talent. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Ling's words. Laugh, you won't be able to laugh later. And the result was indeed that he couldn't laugh anymore. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. Roar! Heavenly King Tai Mo roared. How could he be afraid of a junior? He was Heavenly King Tai Mo. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was still alive and could reverse the situation. It was absolutely impossible. I don't know what method you use to improve your fire talent, but you can't stop me with that. Let me tell you, if I, Heavenly King Tai Mo, want to laugh, nothing can stop me. Boom, 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 boom. Demonic aura rolled like waves. A tide appeared and turned into a huge black earthworm that swept towards the Fire Dragon King. Rumble! One dark and one light, one dragon and one worm, crazily tore at each other. Waves of spiritual aura soared into the sky and plunged people into misery and suffering. The surging power made the ancient martial artists in the distance change their expressions. Was that still Lin Ling? As a junior, he actually dared to go head-to-head with Heavenly King Tai Mo. This Lin Ling was simply going to create the first miracle in Xianhuang Daiyu. He can't win. Boom. He's from Xianpeng province. If he also wins, what face do we, the martial artists of Xianhuang Daiyu, have? Boom. In this battle, Heavenly King Tai Mo will have the last laugh. Exclamation point. Many people's blood boiled. Being able to witness such a great battle in this lifetime, they felt that their lives were not in vain. Rumble. In the center of the earth, the great law and the source strength collided again. Red and black tore at each other, but they were actually neck and neck. According to common sense, the source strength was more powerful, but in the great law the fire talent was higher, so they were neck and neck. Of course, it looked like they were neck and neck, but the resulting attack power was enough to kill even a Saint Rudiment Realm Master. Everyone thought it was normal for such a terrifying attack to come from Heavenly King Tai Mo, but it was impossible for them not to be surprised when it came from Lin Ling. Boom. The collision of power seemed to be neck and neck. The Fire Dragon King and the demonic puppet finally erupted their power and fought to the death, causing the earth to crack and the void to crack like lightning. As for that piece of heaven and earth, it was now plunged into misery and suffering and turned into ruins. In the distance, everyone stared at that place, speechless. The brilliance of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that Lin Ling would come to a draw with Heavenly King Tai Mo after he returned to the battlefield. As for the disciples, they clenched their fists tightly. He was indeed their flag. One had to know that all of them had attacked before, but they couldn't even shake Heavenly King Tai Mo. Instead, they almost died. However, Lin Ling came again and reversed the situation, coming to a draw. Baddie, don't die. The Fire Spirit Princess's small hands were full of sweat. At this moment, she felt proud as if she was fighting side by side with Lin Ling. As expected of the first king of Eastern Mountain under the Seven Emperors' heaven. With such strength, I, Heavenly King Tai Mo, have no choice but to admit defeat. Unfortunately, I'm the one who will have the last laugh. At this moment, the earth wriggled. Demonic puppets rolled up waves of earth, causing demonic chi to surge. Heavenly King Tai Mo appeared again. At this moment, his long hair was fluttering and his clothes were somewhat tattered. Obviously, he had suffered some losses in the previous collision. However, his fighting spirit was even higher, as if he had won a great victory. Even the ancient Heavenly King Tai Mo appeared behind him. Ha ha ha, titled Celestial Emperor Lin Ling, if I want you dead, who can stop me? Everyone's heart trembled when they heard that sentence. Could it be that Lin Ling had died in the previous collision? This kind of thing was hard to imagine, but it was normal. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, how could he be a match for the 5 heavenly kings? One had to know that among the disciples of the mortal world, unless they were the real celestial emperors, no one could succeed in a head-on collision. Boom. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King roared in the distance and rushed out of the ground. On top of the Fire Dragon King's head, the young man's face was indifferent. His eyes were filled with violence as he stared at the ground. Lin Ling was not dead. Silence. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Lin Ling was still alive. The disciples cheered, and the Fire Spirit Princess also laughed. She laughed with satisfaction. She knew that the baddie would not die so easily. You! Heavenly King Tai Mo laughed arrogantly. However, at this moment, it was as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling again, causing him to be unable to laugh. Cool, very cool. This is the first time in my life that I've experienced such a warm-up. On top of the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling seemed to be looking at the mountains and rivers. He laughed more heroically than Heavenly King Tai Mo. For him, it was indeed cool. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.